Right, I'm back. Sorry, I just got right close to the mic then. Hopefully it's working okay. I feel like I'm louder. Am I a lot louder? Is my mic louder or am I going mad? I don't think it is. I don't know. I can't hear it. It just looks like it's going in the red more than it normally does. Okay, it's fine, is it? That's good. Alright, okay, so I'm going to try and get back in the game. Hopefully I've remembered everything, because if you DDU your drivers, if you delete everything off, you then have to set things up. You have to reactivate G-Sync. You have to like set your power settings. I had to do my shader cache. I've had to change the audio because it always tries to default to NVIDIA audio when I don't want to use NVIDIA audio. I just want to use my headphones, and there's all sorts of other little quirks and setting up shadow play. So I've tried to remember everything you're meant to do, and when we start the game it probably won't work because I'll have forgotten something, but hopefully it will work. Hopefully it will work. We'll see how it goes. That's the one. I just woke up and I am here. Well, hello. I'm here 3 hours and 20 minutes later than I wanted to be, at least. Well, I was here briefly before, but anyway, we're back in the game. Even had time to make a sandwich. Now you're making me jealous. I can't have a sandwich on my best day. Thanks for your Twitter DM, by the way. I did. I haven't done anything with the BIOS. I didn't fancy doing anything with the BIOS with GPU fan speeds, but maybe for one day. But I'm on the way in. Hopefully this is okay. I'm really hoping we won't be seeing any encoding overloaded, and more importantly, I'm hoping that the game will actually run nicely now. It should do. Akuma, thank you very much for the support. I can already tell it's different. I think it's okay. That's so stupid. It might be premature. Maybe I'm just trying to convince myself, but it already seemed different. Right, let's see how we go. So this is where all the action happened the other day. It's such a dangerous place, this now. It's got quite a lot of people in the server, so we've got to be a bit mindful of that as well. I'm just going to quickly loot these barracks. I should go in there and look over to see if there's anyone around. I'm going to do that in a minute. But I kind of desperately need a jacket, and I would really like something like an SKS as a secondary. I think it's okay though. I'm not getting any stutters. 56 slots. This one's 56 as well. I'll keep this one. So I've eaten both fish. My energy's still going up, which is good. He's still alive. Shut the fucking door, will you? Sorry, I'm just wanting a secondary of some sort. As an owner of the Mosin IRL, the new sound is so much more accurate. In the past, when they've made game sounds, they've actually recorded the real guns. That's usually what they do. So people sometimes, they change the gun sounds, and people go, God, the new sound's so unrealistic, but it's actually a recording of the actual gun, you know? Like Didn't I have a lockpick somewhere? Has he got a lockpick? Ah, I've got a lockpick. Right, that should buy us a little bit of time to start sorting through this then. Unfortunately, I've ruined his jacket. And his pants, but never mind. Can't have it all. That's really handy, actually. That's really, really handy. The sharpening stone. Actually, let's just see if he's got a smaller knife first. Yes. Right, this is a good start, isn't it? Poor guy. I just heard the steps. I could hear the steps as he was just coming round, you know. That was kind of unlucky for him. Lucky for me, unlucky for him, I guess. This is what caused the bug in the first place. I had 2 pistols and I was trying to fix the having of 2 pistols thing, and it wouldn't let me do it. He's got the same pistol. I'm struggling somewhat here. That's damaged. How much of a cleaning kit is there? There's 1 slither. I think I'm just going to use that. Obviously, I had to hit him. It was nice that I had the Mosin suppressor. However, I could have done with 1 more shot, really, couldn't I? I can actually eat those. I need to go into the tents where this dude's just come from. I need to find myself a jacket, at least. I can use the bison as a secondary for now. It's not ideal, but it'll do. I just needed something for CQB, and the bison will do for now. Right. Oh, God almighty. I'm going to need to do some shufty in here. Yeah, everything's running fine now, though. I can feel it. It wasn't running 100% yesterday. I'm guessing, like, there is a new NVIDIA update, which I've done. There was a new NVIDIA app update, and it's just been really fucky, but it seems better now. I don't suppose he's got a pistol holster, has he? I would quite like that pistol. I'm going to have to try and work out what I'm keeping and what I'm not keeping. Let's have a quick look through this. It's changed. I think we'd best just go with the 9mm. We've got more bullets. I've got way more bullets. What scope's on the Tundra? He's got a long-range scope. Yeah, I do wonder if I should go for the Tundra over the Mosin. However, I put a lot of effort in to get this Mosin back. finding this really awkward to try and get what you actually want. Oh, it's badly damaged as well. Okay, I'm gonna keep the Mosin. But I am just gonna come and hide this somewhere where nobody will find it. No chance. Let's go up a bit higher. Do official servers have a lot of cheaters? They can do, yeah. Oh my god. This is clearly not the first time this has happened today. Fucking hell, what's in here? He's got the sport point. What's that? So that's the one that goes on the that's the 2 times one that goes on the new it goes on the Tundra and the Blaze and whatnot. It's the first time I've seen it with a dot. That's kind of cool. I don't think we need it right now though, so let's just carry on as we are. I'm going to go and hide this Tundra. Make sure... Oh, that's the new PSO!
New badge, who dis? I heard at 24 months we get a Jelly of the Month Club subscription as a gesture of appreciation from you. Could be hearsay though.
I don't like that. So that's the new scope for the SVD and the AK variants. It's like a more zoomed in scope, but there's no in and out. It's 6 times. It's horrible. It's really horrible. So I guess it just means that PSO scopes are shit, you know? Like whoever designed the PSO scopes was having an off day. The spark plug is pristine. Mine's pristine. Is there anything really worth taking? The vitamins might be useful. I think that'll do. Going to lose the plus symbol any second. It's not exactly hidden, but that's the best I can do at the moment. Right, let's go and try and find ourselves a jacket and some kind of secondary as well if we can. He got cheated so much he decided to cheat himself. I just don't see the I don't see it. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. Like, I've heard that before, you know, like I don't get it. It's like I've had my back garden robbed so many times, so I decided to rob other people's back gardens. It's the only logical approach I could understand, you know. I got burgled so much I decided to become a burglar. Do you know what? We could just drop that and use that. I think that's what we'll do. Save space. Vitamins there as well. Worth repairing the bag. Yeah, I actually meant to do that. Yakety, who dis? Dude, thank you for the 2 years. No, Diamond badge, that'll be, won't it? Kiro, thank you. Akuma, Miss Diamond, Mrs. Diamond, Doomstar, thank you. Cheers for the support, guys. Very, very kind. Thank you. Right, let me... open the door. I'm going to go straight across. Oh, it's so nice to be... It's running smooth again. I'm very pleased. I never looted this one. I got to it and then I didn't go in it. He did have a bottle on him. I do wonder if I should just double... There was a bottle in the downstairs bag. I just wonder if we should see if there was a duct tape in the bag upstairs. I can't remember if there was. There isn't one. Oh, the way to drop things. We're all just going to have to get used to it, but my fuck is it the most annoying thing in the world. The fact that it's changed the way that you have to drop stuff. It's such a small thing, and we'll all just have to get used to it. But my fuck am I... It's like really twisting my fucking brain in half. Creating a ragtime shirt for short-term storage is actually not such a bad shout, you know. That's not a bad idea. Hi, Holy Hand Grenade. Hope you're good. Thanks for coming in. I've just put collating tablets on this. Why am I sick? It's fucking gasoline. What do I do now? Does anyone know what the cure for drinking gas is? Well, out of the frying pan, drink in the fryer, it seems. Fuck me. Oh my god. I don't even know what the cure is. I don't remember. I think I drank gasoline years ago once. There's Tetra there. I think I've got some too. Right. Oh well, we made a suppressor for the gun. Let's do what you said. We will get out of here eventually. Last time I drank gas for a bit, all that happened is I vomited for a bit and then it went away.
Treated myself to a Sakhal CPT Willard today. Really liking a TRMZ Whiskey Man's.
Very nice. Very nice, Shiny. I had an email earlier from, Goldsmiths, I think it was. And they've got the red Black Bay Burgundy in stock with the Jubilee bracelet. They've got it in stock. And for a split second I was like, I really fancy one of them. I really fancy one of them. But it's it's just too much money. Don't get me wrong, I could afford to buy it. That's not the point. I've just got so much expenditure right now. It would be stupid to buy anything, you know. I just like, it's not like it's so rare you won't be able to buy it in a month's time or 2 months' time or whatever, you know. Like, there's always another time. But like, I've just had the quote through for the stuff I want to get done in the back garden. I've got I've spending crazy money. I've still, I ordered a load of stuff for the living room furniture, because I needed a living room. I don't have one. Oh, I'm glad I was in here. And I've paid a hefty deposit, but I've got to pay the rest yet. Same for the curtains and the blinds. I got new ones, fitted, made to measure, which is really good. Really cool thing to have. But I've paid half. I've got to pay the other half. I've got so much to spend money on right now.
DayZ streamer deserves a sub-eye. Love you less than 3.
Oh shit, that's really well timed. My stomach is still going up. It's really weird. The sickness thing is really strange. I actually can't sprint. So the illness is making my stamina regen really, really slowly. I could do with some water. I'm surprised that collating tableting water doesn't make it okay to drink, to be honest. Fuck me. I should have checked that. I really should have checked it. So there's a dead zombie there, but that's probably from the dude before. Do we think? Oh my god, everything's running so nice now. Yeah, you'd think that putting collating tablets in gasoline would make it safe water to drink. I believe that's real. Don't try that at home. I'm going to die chundering, aren't I? Right, I'm going to try and get myself a jacket, and then we're going to... Oh, God, I hate that. I hate this pistol with the suppressor. It's horrible. It's a rack. Oh, it's like really old school, that. That's cool. Look at it. It was like the New Spawn's Kingmaker, the rack, back in the day. Oh, I can't drink it anyway. What's the point? I tell you what, we could do that. I was just thinking I could go and get the collating tablets, but it's probably not worth it. Is the baby okay there? I need a jacket.
There is SKS on the roof.
There's SKS on the roof. What, of that building there, where I was? I didn't look for a gun when I was up there. Just suicide and run back before anyone else? Absolutely not. And there is a new room on the top floor. What, here? There's no new room here. What, you mean up here? No. Where the fuck is there an SKS up here? Oh, there is. There is. Oh, that's annoying. It's damaged. I could have had a weapon cleaning kit, but I used it on the suppressor. What's the name of this? This is the airfield. This is the South Airfield. Harabichi Airfield or something like that it's called. Of course. Hey Kiwi, you alright, dude? You can make a weapon repair kit with rope and fat. Dude, you've been here before. I didn't run over a jacket, no, I ran over a fire. I didn't even think to look for loot here. I do need a new jacket, but I think I'm going to have to make a beeline for the spring. Yeah, an IV for hydration is a very good shout, actually. One day I'm going to leave this loot. I'm going to leave it behind. One day. Can you not take the bag? My bag's just as good as those bags. Huh. Try that again, shall we? Oh, the weapon raise is much nicer. I really like that. Like, as you're coming around the corner, like, look, it actually has a... Oh, that's way, way better. I didn't really get much of an opportunity to test that yesterday, but the weapon raise is way better. It was so binary before. It's like your gun's in the sky or your gun's aiming. You know, that little change is huge. This is a really good patch, isn't it? It is a really, really good patch. I know I keep moaning about having to drop things and not being able to do it, but I keep adding the caveat. Fuck me. Well, that could have gone worse, couldn't it? Fucking hell. I could go and get the Tundra now. Obviously I've ruined his jacket. That's a fucking given, isn't it?
Good morning to most of you.
Oh no. Fuck me. When that door opened, I was stood there looking at it going, could that be desync? Why would it open? No, it can't be desync, because if it was desync, it would have opened at way before now. Like, I'm far too close. It can't be desync. It must actually be a player. Fuck me. Jesus Christ. Right, we'll take that upstairs in a minute. Let's just fix the SKS first. He did have a lot of epoxy, didn't he? I saw somebody talking about it. There was a lot of epoxy on that. Fuck me.
Hope all is well. Keep running TRMZ love.
I haven't actually got that many Tundra rounds in comparison. I don't know if the dude had any more. He had a Blaze. I still think I should go with it though. I'm going to drop some of the Mosin rounds. Sickness icon's gone. Yay, I'm cured. Not being able to crouch and stand up when eating is a bug. I didn't see it, GeForce. Yeah, cheers for the update on that though. It's good to know. Right, I think we should have a little foyer. We'll have a little fire with his sticky sticks. Drinking gas ain't so bad. No, I'd say it's. Oh, I thought that might happen. Fucking bollocks. All right, maybe we won't have a fire with his. Fuck off! fuck you! So annoying. I just can't get used to it. It's so annoying. Fuck me dead. Make a torch. Now there's not a bad idea. Can I make a torch with that? No, I don't have any rags. Oh, fuck this. I'm going to the well. I do kind of need to get... I'm going to the spring now, though. I'm going to the spring. I've got... I don't need the electrical repair kit that's up there because I don't need to fix the scope anymore. Oh, that weapon raise is so much better. Right, I'm going to have a quick look for a jacket and then I'm going to go to my left and try and find a spring. Aha! Right, now I'm going to the spring.
Perhaps, if I am very lucky, the feeble efforts of my lifetime will someday be noticed, and maybe, in some small way, they will be acknowledged as the greatest works of genius ever created by man.
Just such modesty. So I think that was the lake. It sounded a bit like a suppressed shot. That's one thing you could definitely get put on your headstone. I'm the most modest man I know. Redline, thank you very much for the 105 months, no less. Wanderer, thank you for the 20. Doing work, thank you. Trust no one, thank you for the membership. Really appreciate it, dude. Hi Tayan, hi Metric, hope you're both good. I'm sure you've probably been in a while. Well, Tayan's saying hello, but Metric, you've probably been in a while. What change can't you get used to? Trying to drop things, dude. Like, obviously you can still press left control and left click to drop stuff. Normally when I drop stuff, I just take it to the edge of the screen like that. You used to be able to go either way. Used to be able to go either way, you did. Now you can't go either way. You only wait. You have to drop it in this square. That sounds easy, right? But when you've spent 10 years doing that, it's not. More importantly, when this rectangle here is full, you can only drop stuff by going into that little grey bar underneath vicinity there. So you actually have to physically drop it in the vicinity. So basically, you're going to end up control clicking more because it's something that's more in your memory than anything else. When this bit's full, it starts to become a ball ache. You have to really precisely drop it. Right, like I was just saying, there is, so this is the airfield. We just come this way. If we get on the main road, which we're not on yet, I don't think. I think I'm there. I don't know, I'm in a little shed, but if we get on the main road, the spring is just to the right of the main road. That's what we need to find first of all. Where's the fuck is my SKS gone? Where the fuck has that got? I'm never going to get that back, am I? I didn't actually drop it, though. I didn't click the button.
Happy hunting, man.
Oh, no fucking way. The very last time you... Have you got a clip then? Has somebody got a clip of where I was? I'll have to watch a clip to see where I fucking dropped it. I don't know how close to this shed I was. I don't know. I didn't think I actually dropped it. It's not in the shed. I definitely didn't do it in the shed. It's not on the roof. I'm going to have to get a clip. I'm going to have to get a clip. Man, this has not been a good start, is it? We have got 2 kills, though. 2 kills, but it's still been a pain in the ass. Looks like about 30 foot back by the road. Someone said by the stump. Well, here's the stump. Guys, I'm just seeing so many different pieces of advice. I need a clip from when I dropped it. We're not going to find it by text, so if someone can clip it, great. If not, I'll have to go back and look at it myself in a sec. It's just not there. One thing I can tell you is that I may have dragged it to show you. I didn't let go of it. I didn't let go of my mouse. I didn't drop it.
Chick donated $5. GG. You scared
I would
me,
know
Paul.
if I
Ben
dropped
Ray's
it,
still
and I
at
definitely
18.
didn't drop it.
Enjoy all the epoxy.
Thanks. Normally, when I drop stuff, I just take it to the edge of the screen like that. You used to be able to go either way. Used to be able to go either way. You did. More importantly, when this rectangle here is full, you can only drop stuff by going into that little grey bar underneath vicinity there. So it's still there. You actually have to physically drop it in the vicinity. Can you actually see this? So basically, you're not seeing it, are you? Normally when I drop stuff, I just take... I don't know why you're not seeing it, but anyway. Basically, you... Normally when I drop stuff... That's not the whole clip, I don't think. Because it's still there at the end of the clip. So basically, you... Watch live stream. I'll just go back and watch it live. Normally when I drop stuff, I just take a rectangle. You actually have to physically... in your memory... drop it. If it's full, it starts to become a ball. Like, you have to really precisely drop it. Yeah, it looks like I did drop it. Starts to become a ball ache. You have to really precisely drop it. It's, according to that, it's right by that broken tree, like a few people have said, but I don't see it there. So I dropped it, like here. Aha. We got it. Teamwork makes the dream work. So I got it. Sorry, I'm a little bit perplexed there. I don't know why my display capture stopped working. That doesn't make any sense. So I was watching a YouTube clip there, and I'd clicked display capture, but it wasn't working, which really doesn't make any sense. I guess I have just changed all my NVIDIA drivers, so something's gone wrong. But when I click display capture, like if I click display capture now, you should just see the game again, because that's what's on my display. Tune in for more of TRMZ reacting to his own VOD live. That sounds like a great stream. The main thing is we've got the SKS. I didn't drop it though. I brought it back to there. I brought it back to here. Even in the clip you can see me bringing it back to there. I don't understand anyway. So what I was actually trying to do, I was trying to do the bunker, you know. I'm after trying to get... our buddy had a new 10 times scope. We haven't got that anymore, so I think I'm going to go back into the mainland and head towards the volcano, start looking for the science guy again, and while we do that, we can be getting some action, I should have thought. So easy to miss the fucking path for the spring. I vaguely remember it being opposite some two-storey... It's opposite that. I think we've gone past it. It's opposite that. It's really easy to miss it. I may have missed it again. Right, that's that, and then it goes... Ah, there it is. It's stupid, but when you're running this way, it's not actually that easy to see. If you're really not playing ball and you get the right bit of grass, you can really miss it, especially if you're me. The SKS was on the floor just before the tree stump, like a few people have said, but when I saw where it had dropped, I could get the line exactly. Don't help him, it's cheating. What are you talking about, Terry? If you mean don't help him find the SKS he dropped because he was trying to demonstrate how the dropping works to the stream, I think it's a contradiction in terms, Terry. On the basis that I wouldn't have dropped it. I wouldn't have dropped it were it not for the fact that I was streaming, you know? Like it's a chicken and egg thing, isn't it? It's cheating. People don't care what excuses they are. Do you know what, Terry? I'm not going to get drowned in your nonsense. Could someone ban Terry? Just do one, dude. I'm not in the mood. If I'm such a dirty, dirty cheating scrub, you won't want to watch the stream, will you? So you go on and watch someone that plays the game the way you like, and we'll carry on doing what we're doing. Thank you for coming. Love you. Bye. if you actually think going over your footage to see where you accidentally dropped something because you were demonstrating to the stream how the new vicinity works because somebody asked you in the stream, if you think that's cheating, then you've got a fucking problem. You know, like, I accidentally dropped something trying to demonstrate something for a stream, you know, like, what the fuck is your problem? That's insane! Right. Anyway, let's not jump on Terry. Terry's gone to a better place. We're going to carry on playing the game now because I'm not going to get dragged down by nonsense. It's just not worth it. If I accidentally drop something while I'm playing because I'm demonstrating something for someone that asked a question, I might use my own footage to find it. Just like millions of people do, you know, like like people record their own gameplay and they're like, I wonder where that guy killed me. I'll check my footage for next time, you know.
SK yes. Harry no.
Can you show us again? Fuck off, D-Bear. Right, let's crack on with regular DayZ, shall we? That would be good. Garrett, dude, thank you for gifting... God, that was bright, wasn't it? Thank you for gifting 40-year-old Virgin the sub 2-tool. Thank you. I see what you did there, 2-tool. Skaz, Sorgaz, Jackstone, thank you very much. Twisted Technician, Brutus, thank you as well. Right, okay, so I'm just coming from here. I kind of want to go back up to Rakchar Gnokar. And then Klata Ratu Niktu or something. Yeah, we'll go up that way. Yeah, cheers, Bear. It is looking better with the new upgrade, with the new graphics card and playing at 4K. It has helped things. We all just need a little bit of help from Twitch on the image quality, I think. But I've done the best I can. The snow effect looks better in higher res. Do you reckon? The whole thing looks cracking for me. I think it looks so much better. Right, so I'm going to come up this way. I don't really need to do a great deal of looting. I am going to have to get the plus symbol, I think. I'm going to need to get the plus, because I'm going to be freezing my nudges off otherwise. So, or perhaps do that in one of these sheds. Trying to find a tree that will give me logs, but there ain't a tree that will give me logs at the moment by the look of it. Would that give me logs? That looks like it might give me logs. It's a fucking tree. Will that give me logs? Will that give me logs? Okay. Let's just get some sticks then, shall we? I knew I should just get sticks anyway. Pinkster Towers, eh? I'm definitely not the best at everything, Sean. That is definitely the case. Yes, Donk. We have our fair share on both platforms, believe you me, Donk. That guy you killed donated to you on Twitch. I'll have a check in a sec. CG, that might be you. That might be you. Dude, sorry I missed your tip. Gigi, you scared me. Paul Gunray still fucked me. Enjoy all the epoxy. Oh, it was you. Sorry about that. It was 12 minutes ago. Sorry, I missed your tip. Apologies about the murdering. Yeah, you were right in the doorway. You really were unlucky there with the timing, because with a blaze, even though the weapon raise is way better than it was, you can't lean a doorway like that with a blaze and get away with it. And why wouldn't you try? You know, what else could you do? I guess you could try and back off, I suppose. But yeah, the circumstance there was against you. You know, you were really going to struggle to aim. You'd have to like just rush into the open and hope to get a shot off, really. Can you see the smoke outside the tent? Hardly at all, Dave Piss. That's why you see so many fires in these. That it's the safest place to make a fire in the map, really. If you think Nvidia's a pain in the butt, you haven't had the pleasure of Nitrado. Us peasant console players have, dude. Yeah, I've been offered a sponsorship by a number of different server providers over the years, including Nitrado. And I'm not saying they're bad. I don't know. But I've never decided to go with any server providers, because if I did, all I'd hear is how terrible they were. No matter how, you could be with the best one and it would you'd still have the same trouble, you know. How do people sometimes know it was streamer XY who killed them? PS Boogaloo. I guess occasionally it's nefarious because they were watching the stream. In this case with CJIQ. I should think it's not that at all. It's just that they died on Sakhal, so they just go into a DayZ stream after they're dead, you know, like... sometimes it can be nefarious and they were a stream stalker. I don't think that's the case here, and I think most of the times it's not. Like, I get quite a few views on Twitch and YouTube, right? So if you're stopping DayZ and you're going to tune into a stream afterwards, you're going to go, you might see me, you might see I'm playing on Sakhal, and then work it out straight away, you know? Is this the same life you struggled with yesterday and logged off? It is indeed done, yeah. Wish there was a way to... I wish there was a way to make these defrost quicker. That's not great, is it? I wish there was a way to try and get it like really close to the fire, or... I know you can get a cooking pot and then make a stand, but like it'd be cool if you could make something with like a couple of sticks to balance it on, just to defrost a can quicker like you can on a grill, you know? That'd be kind of cool. Can you not throw it closer? Possibly, but throwing in here it'll just bounce around like a fucking rubber ball, won't it? Yeah, the fireplace having an attachment slot would be a good shout, like you say, you know. If you could drag it and put it somewhere, and then it put it right on, a bit like the Outdoor Boys does, you know. You're just putting it on the sort of outer ring. Like he'll put it on a little bit of the charcoal. It won't be in the middle of the fire, but he drags a little bit of the charcoal off to like the embers, and then he puts it in there. It should take longer, though. What do you mean it should take longer? Yeah, but if you put it close enough, it would take less time, is the point, Array, you know? It just would be cool if there was a means to do it. Like I'm saying, like, either make a little stand that allows you to put a can next to the fire, or, like somebody else just said, that would work perfectly fine. Like a little attachment slot that then makes it just sit on the edge of the fire. Like, it's a metal can. You could put that into the embers there and it would cook. That's the point of a can. Sparku, thank you for the 17 months. Big Budder, thank you for the 17 as well. Both 17s, thank you. They should add bread and honey so we can have honey butter. Now there's an idea. It's not a real fire. Really, Lenny? I thought that was actually a fire. Am I not just controlling some man in Kamchatka right now? I thought when I played the game I was controlling Dave Drain, this guy. This guy's name's Dave Drain in Kamchatka and I'm controlling him. I didn't get 2 pluses there, but I haven't got the patience to wait anymore. Oh, fuck off. Right. Oh, fuck. Where did I leave? I didn't put the bottle back on the Tundra when I got them. Oh, my God. I'm going back for that. I made that. I'm going back for it. I left the fucking bottle. I left the bottle in the top of the tech building. Still, we'll go back to the airfield and get another unintended kill. It'll be lovely. How do you decide who's modding on Twitch and who's modding on YouTube? I don't decide, Donk. I think I'm not some, I don't know, paymaster with my cat o' nine tails going, Pinkster, you get on YouTube, mush. Redline, you stay on Twitch and be a sarcastic fucker, mush. I don't do that. I basically, the mods like volunteer to be mods, and then I kind of hope one will go one and one will go the other or whatever, but if they don't, they don't. You know, I'm really glad we cleared up that it's not a real fire, though. I had been wondering. I'd started to wonder whether what we do in the game was bleeding into real life or not. Now, that's just confirmed my theory that DayZ wasn't real life, and I hadn't been sure until now. We've got quite a lot of kills around this airfield. It might be because we've done nothing but be here for fucking ages, but... Obviously I died, but when I came here yesterday with our buddy, Harry. Was it Harry? We hardly ever... Like, you ask someone's name when you meet them in the game, and then you just talk to them thereafter. You never need to use their name. That was cute as fuck. Ah, somebody likes foxes.
I heard Fresh Bonds talk about it, but didn't see it in the patch notes.
Sloth, yeah, it's in the patch notes. It's the PMC rack. I don't know what they're calling it. It's the rack. I actually just found one at the tents. It's only. It's a 380 auto SMG. It takes either a 15 round mag or a 25 round mag, but it's always been the entry level assault rifle, entry level SMG. So the good thing about it is that, in theory, let's say you spawn in Berezino, you'll have a chance to find one in the police station in Berezino or Electro or wherever. It should, in theory, be a SMG that you can get anywhere. You should be like, it'll be your friend on the coast, you know. It'll be an SMG you use until you can get something better later on. Is it better than a Scorpion? No. It has, if you find it, it has a 25 round mag, which is better than the Scorpion, obviously. So the capacity's a little higher, but it won't take a suppressor. Not sure on the recoil. My gut feeling is it probably will have slightly higher recoil, but it'll be only a small difference, you know. But it's not better. No. But it will almost certainly spawn. Scorpions don't spawn in Berezino and Electro, do they? Not very often. You might find a magazine there, but you'll very rarely find a Scorpion in Berezino police station. You normally have to go a bit further afield, like into Tier 2. I suspect the rack will spawn in like spawn areas and other places too. Wobo showed a semi-auto fire shotgun. So there is... So yeah, Sloth were talking about it. I've not seen Wobo's video from yesterday, but so apparently there might be some other thing as well. But yeah, I've not seen Wobo's video, so I know nothing about a shotgun. So they've slipped in another gun that wasn't kind of teasered. That's kind of cool, isn't it?
All this time watching. That fire wasn't real. My whole life is a lie.
I was going to go through the middle, but I locked the door on the far side, didn't I? I can't believe I've come all this way back for a... Of course. Where did the bleed come from? The zombie. Can't believe I've ran all the way back for that. That's just fucking insanity, isn't it? Let's take a few more things to make it feel like it was worth it. Just interested. I never really looked at the double doors on that, but the fact that the doors are closed just makes me wonder. Right, time to go anyway. By the time we get back to where I made the fire, we'll probably need to make another fire. Is this the place where you died yesterday? Yup. I managed to run back and offload some, or get back some of the loot. What's for tea tonight? Well, I actually had the microwavable paella last night, P-More. I chickened out on having the fancy thing, so I'm not really sure. Still got pork chops, so I'm guessing I'm going to have those. Pork chops with maybe like eggs or something. I don't know, eggs and mushrooms, something like that. I'm sure it was complete bollocks, right? Because they always are. But I was reading something the other day. Like, I'm starting to get pop-ups about health because I'm trying to be healthy, like everybody does. But thought I heard a zombie aggro. I think it was just my imagination. running away with me. Yeah, it was like the 10 healthiest foods, like scored out of 100. And there was all sorts of factors thrown in. The number one healthiest food on the planet was almonds, the nut, right? And it was like all these different things and how they scored out of 100. And they had the parameters, but I'm sure it was bollocks anyway. But one thing that was on the top 10 most healthy foods was pork fat, which you would not expect. I think it was like number 6 or 7 or something. But fat from a pig, like pork fat, was in the top 10 of healthiest things. So don't ask me to explain it, and I'm not saying it's definitely true, but that's what it said. Our eggs costing you an arm and a leg over here. They're not that bad. To get like organic eggs, it's like £3 to £3.30-ish for 6, or normally about £4.50 for 12, roughly, something like that. I think I'm paying about £4.50 for a dozen eggs. £4.50, what's that? That's for organic, like free-range ones anyway. Like, so £4.50 for free-range eggs from Sainsbury's. £4.30 maybe, but I guess in dollars that's about, if they're $4.50, that's probably about $6.50, $6. Bacon isn't healthy, Teutonic. That's not the same as pork fat, is it? You know, fat from like a pork chop or a pork loin steak or something is not the same as bacon, which has got all sorts of stuff on it that makes it kind of like carcinogenic or whatever. If eating fat is cool, consider me Miles Davis. 10-4. Yeah, Dave. I think that's. I think I certainly am. I'd rather have butter than like replacements. You know, I tend to cook mostly with olive oil. I've started using extra virgin olive oil actually. I've gone all Ponce. I have, but. You just have to be a bit careful with the smoking point of it. So, like, if you're going to do a steak and you use extra virgin olive oil, you have to make sure you put the oil on the steak and not in the pan, and it's fine. It cooks fine. Did they reduce the heli spawns? Well, apparently there are no heli spawns on Sakhal, D-Bear, if you're talking about Sakhal. But they're meant to have added them in this patch, so I've not found one yet, but they've added helicopter crash sites in this patch. If you mean in the regular game, far as I know, they're the same as they've always been. Few people talking about avocado oil. Wow. There you go. Look, we're nearly back at where I made the fire. Olive oil is meant to... Sorry, extra virgin olive oil. Is meant to be incredibly good for you. I'm not saying it's better than that, but it's meant to be incredibly good for you. Like, people drink it daily, don't they? Some people view it as being like the elixir of life, you know. They certainly think it's linked to one of the reasons why the Mediterranean diet is so good. Because they have, like, lots of... Like, in Italy, they don't have, they use extra virgin olive oil, I think. They don't fuck around with, like, the third press oil and stuff, you know, like... Still sipping the whiskey, Paul. Which Boona have another best? Hi, dude. Yeah, thank you for the tip, by the way. Sorry about the murder death kill. I'm not actually drinking at the moment. I haven't had a drink since the back end of February. So, Boona Haven 18 is my favourite whiskey. So it's not cheap. In the UK, it's about £120. So it's not something I would buy all the time. I do have a bottle of it right now. I bought it about 4 or 5 weeks ago. To have at some point when I feel like I have something to celebrate, let's say, or when I feel like it, you know. But that's my favourite whiskey of any whiskey. Boona Haven 18. I've not tried hundreds of them, you know. I don't mind the 12. The Striador's okay, or whatever, however you say it. But I've not tried most of the others, just the 12 and the 18, because everything else beyond it is crazy expensive. I have a couple of bottles, but I haven't opened them because I'm too tight to drink them. So I've got a bottle of Bunnahabhain 25, which is the most expensive bottle of whiskey I've ever owned. But I've owned that nearly 3 years and I've not drank it. I didn't. That's so sad. But I bought that, like I just said about the 18, but even more extreme. I bought that for a really special occasion. You know, like when like a big life event happens or something like that. You know, I don't even know what that might be now, to be honest. But I bought it to sort of celebrate some huge life moment kind of thing. And it's not maybe 50th birthday, but that's still 12 years away. Am I a fan of gin? Yeah, let's talk about alcohol for half an hour while TRMZ explains that he's on the wagon and avoiding alcohol. I quite like gin and tonic. Yeah, my favourite cocktail is a Negroni. I really like Negronis, which is gin, Campari and vermouth. The best thing about a Negroni is that it's a cocktail with no mixers. The mixers are all alcoholic. If you ever have a Negroni, just be wary. Like if you think one was nice, two might be okay, but if you have a third, you're going to be in trouble. I don't save expensive drinks. I like expensive wine. I drink it. I might be dead next week. Well, I understand that, Dave. I do. I still think it's nice to have something, like, from my perspective, there is a direct correlation between enjoyment and price that I have to try and find a balance right. Like, if I'm just like sitting at home in my pants in the evening, watching the telly and drinking like crazy expensive whiskey, I won't enjoy it. I feel like I'm wasting it, you know. So I can sit at home in my pants drinking normal whiskey and enjoy that just the same, you know. Like, it's nice to have something that's like for a special occasion for me, you know. Like, I don't want to feel like I'm spending. I think that Bunnahabhain 25, I think I paid £320 for it. That's the most I've ever spent on a bottle of whiskey. And I can afford to buy that once in a while. I'm not pleading poverty or anything, but I don't like wasting money. I don't like spending money like willy-nilly. You know, if I bought that and drank it and then I bought another one next month, I'd feel like it was an incredibly wasteful thing to do to me personally, you know. Like, I bought that for like a life event, you know, like, to be honest, like something like if me and my ex got married or something like that, or anything else along those lines, you know. I was thinking more of those kinds of things, you know, like. And I think there's a. I just think it's in me, you know. I don't mind spending money. Like if I'm going on holiday or something, I don't mind going in a nice-ish hotel, or I don't mind spending money on experiences, and I don't mind spending money on something that might retain its value, like a watch. But if I'm going to drink it and piss it out, you know, like, I'll just stick to something that I like, that I know. And if I go crazy expensive, I'll just. I think if I was like mega money rich, I still wouldn't change that. It would still affect my mindset a little if I did. If I was a billionaire, I wouldn't be quaffing fucking champagne with gold leaf in it or something. Don't like spending money willy-nilly, but buys a pool table. Hidden Gilly, you can see the difference between an experience and something that's made of wood that will last forever and drinking a bottle of whiskey. I know there's a capper at the end of it, but come on. You're spending £300 on a bottle of whiskey or wine or whatever, and then you drink it and it's gone. You buy a pool table, you've got it until you die. Will you spend money on a really good dinner? I have done once or twice, but the sort of pretentious end of restaurants is not really my thing. I am much happier in a place that does more like home food, you know, like more like cooking like the locals cook if you're on holiday or whatever, you know. I'd rather go. So I don't really like. I film myself not enjoying going to sort of more Michelin type places. I prefer like more like home cooked type stuff. One has one use, the other doesn't. I don't understand what you mean, Gilly. Like, the pool table I've bought is a dining table and a pool table, so that's two uses for one. I need a dining table. I've got one that I can play pool on, sorry. Maybe a nice meal at the toll booth. What the QE2 bridge toll booth? Motorcycle when? I'm not getting a motorbike. I don't have the balance. I'll just kill myself. As Mr. Miyagi would say, I'm not doing the accent, but you must have a balance, right? I don't have balance, so I don't go on motorbikes. I have a £400 bottle of Bushmills locked in the cupboard for the last 2 years. I take it out and look at it every now and then. Well, there we go. I can see that. Just do yourself a favour, assuming it's corked. When you take it out to look at it every now and then, just turn it on its side. Okay, just do that. Make sure you do it at least once a year. Turn it on its side so that the cork gets to feel a bit of the whiskey. Otherwise, you could be in trouble years down the line when you finally want to open it. Keep seeing running zombies and thinking they're dudes. Silex, I probably will. I'll try and do something like that when it's here. I might try and take a picture of it or something, put it in the Discord or tweet it. I actually tried to negotiate a little bit of a discount with the dude I bought it from, and I did say I would tweet about it when I got it live, but honestly, he didn't really give me a discount, so I don't really have to. It's not an ad or anything. He didn't really do what he said he would do, so I don't know. I may tweet it out just to be nice to him. He's a nice dude, actually, so I might do, but it's not an ad, believe you me. If it was an ad, I'd be fucking getting the table for nothing, I think. I think they only supply to the UK, though. But
got me through a lot, man. Just watching you play live or the clips just helps somehow, brother. Thank you for the content, and I hope your channel helps a lot more people. Thanks a lot.
Devilish, dude, thank you for the kind words and very kind. Cheers for the super chat. Thanks a lot, man. Barney, I've found a dynamic medical spawn, it's like a little like an old looking ambulance with medical stuff around it and medical zombies. I found one of those. I found a military boat on the coast and I found a civilian boat on the coast, but they'd both been looted. The military boat that I saw, I've seen a couple of them, they were both in spawn towns, so assuming it spawns in and you see it while it's fresh, there could in theory be a new spawn running around with an M16. Yeah, it's a UK, like, I would imagine it's the same in America, but if there's a company in America selling pool tables, they're not going to ship them, chances are, worldwide. They're so big, right? Like, just think about the slate. The slate for a table is really heavy, so they're going to more want to be doing deliveries. I would imagine some only do like local deliveries, even in America, like state or the nearest state kind of thing, you know?
Cheers.
They are big and heavy. I find it interesting how some people can, like, take offence, or for a better of a word, like, because if I buy something consumable like whiskey, I don't like to spend crazy money. But if I'm buying something that will last until I'm dead, I don't mind spending the money. Like, Why is that a hard concept to the point where people have to, like, call me out on it like I'm some kind of hypocrite? I don't get it, you know, like, live a little bit. I've wanted a pool table as long as I've been an adult, you know,
And
since
just
I was
like
about
that, we
20
have
I've
a
wanted a
Twitch
pool
baby.
table in a house that I lived in. It's been more than 20 years I've been waiting to try and get one. It's not like I just thought of it yesterday. Romeo, thank you very much for the 9 months. Really appreciate it. Elmo, thank you very much too. Devilish, cheers for the support. Revive Turbo, Jay, Sloth, cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. Hey Dems, you right, man? Hope you're good. I just had to repeat that DDU thing just now, the one I sent you. I had to just do the whole thing again. I've done it 3 times in about 6 or 7 weeks. First 2 were kind of to try and fix the problem that I had. This time it was because of the NVIDIA update today, and the NVIDIA app update today just completely didn't work right, and nothing was working right afterwards. I had to take it all off again. Did I just fart or something? No, I alt-tabbed. Where I'd gone back looking through my my tips list to find the tipper that was the one I'd killed in game that had the blaze, CJ. I'd gone back and I hadn't reset my Streamlabs thing for the alerts properly, so I was just moving it up to make sure I was seeing the top one. I forgot a 9-volt barrack at the 9-volt battery at the barracks. I should run back, dude. I probably should. .5 by 4 meter room. Vader, I think it depends on the table that you get, right? You definitely don't need 4 meters if you're... What's 4 meters in feet? 4 meters, it's about 12 feet, is it? You can get away with 11 feet, which is like 3... If the table's 3 foot and you've got 4 for either side of it, that's 11 feet. That's the width. That's what the minimum you really need. I'm actually I think just very slightly under that, but there's a window and a doorway that kind of like a double door thing that will work. So I'm about, I don't know, 10'9", something like that. Not quite 11 feet. So I'm like 12 feet is 4 meters, and I'm at just under 11 feet basically. So, yeah, I'm not quite there, but I think I'm all right. The other way is fine. The other way, there's plenty of room, but the width is a little bit narrow. But, like I say, there's a big window that will make more space, and like with a windowsill, and then there's a doorway as well.
I personally think it is a really cool thing to get.
Justin, yeah, there's quite a lot of pool table videos around. I don't watch most of them. This will sound like a flex, but a lot of the people that are playing now, I've played them in competitions in the past, like people like Chris Melling, and I played him, and I've played Phil Harrison, and I've played oh god, I can't even remember all their names, but I've not beat many of them, but I played them. But I didn't play at that. I was never at their level. I'm not pretending I was, but I wasn't far behind. I was all right. A pool cue is 1.75 meters. Yeah, but you don't have to, like, not every shot you play is from a rail, but you're absolutely right, they are big. You can get a smaller cue, like you can get 4-foot cues, you can even get 3-foot cues. So I've played in plenty of pubs where there wasn't quite enough room for the table, You know, like you have to just make do, right? You can get like a 3-foot queue if you're right under the rail, or you can get a 4-foot queue. You can get smaller queues. My queue is a 2-piece queue where the butt comes off, like a snooker queue, right? So you can unscrew the butt, and then you've got a 3-foot queue or whatever. I don't know what the length is, but it's shorter. So I'm not particularly worried. It's not the perfect size, but it's the best I can do, right? I can't make the house bigger. And it's just a smidge under, kind of like 11 foot is kind of recommended minimum. I'm just a tiny bit under, but with a bit of space, making it more than 11 foot because of the window and the door. You know, that's the best I can do. I'm just holding here for a minute because there's often players. There is a lot of players in the surfer, but somewhat surprisingly, pretty dead. This can happen with Sakhal though. It's quite hard to get started. I feel like at any moment on Sakhal, about half to 2/3 of the server are struggling to get off the spawn. Yeah, English pool toves, yeah. Right, I don't really need a great deal. I've lost the plus symbol again already, but I think I'm just going to come and fill up at the well, and then we're going to go off that way towards the... I can't see the volcano because I put my view distance to medium, but it's that way. Rob, that sounds shit. That's really bad when you had to pay a £20 deposit for a queue that was wonky and had a plastic tip. That's really shit. I've never had to pay a deposit for a queue, but I guess it depends where you go. I've got to be honest. I haven't played pool for a while. I haven't played pool at all for 10 years, maybe slightly longer. Well, not entirely true. Well, like when I've been on like a little holiday, like a staycation with my ex and the kids, I've played pool a couple of times, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, but that's the last time I remember. I saw a video today of some guy that bites all his fingernails off and saves them in a jar. Just wanted to share. Fucking hell, it's crazy what people would do, isn't it? Some people keep every aspect of their life, don't they?
Have a good one. Smiley face.
There are people out there that legitimately, like, if they have a toothbrush and then when they're done with the toothbrush, they have to keep it in storage. Like, I think Sheldon Cooper does that, doesn't he? But obviously he's a TV show. But there are people that do that. There are people that can't throw stuff away. Eric, don't spill expensive drops on the cloth. Have a good one. I'll do my best. Yeah, no expensive whiskey spilt on the... no cheap whiskey either, for that matter. But dude, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Have you ever heard of Black Boar Q? They are like the Rolex of Qs. They probably aren't in the UK, dude. Like Black Boar Q. They probably make 9-ball Qs, I'm guessing. Do they? Like, in the UK, there's a few people that make Qs that like are renowned for it. Like, it used to always be somebody called John Paris, but the people that make Qs that people use in the UK are snooker type Qs. They're not pool Qs like American pool Q. Obviously, we have some 9-ball players, but that's not the sport that's played here so much. So we have snooker Qs that are slightly different. So no, I haven't heard of. Long answer short, Black Boar Q, never heard of. Our version of that would be John Paris, or there's one other dude that makes Qs. It might be called the Q Doctor or something. I forget the other name, but the John Paris is the most famous one. Or he always was. I don't think he actually makes the Qs anymore, but...
How you doing, Paul?
Justin, you actually feel it. It's a stupid thing, isn't it? Like, years ago, I stopped playing I stopped playing at any kind of level when I was in my late 20s, I think, and then I don't know, a little while later, let's say, I started. I'm going to have to be careful with my timing here, aren't I? I'm going to age myself a little bit beyond my 38 years, aren't I? But I took it back up again after many years of not playing it. And the first couple of times, I was getting all kinds of achy in my back because I hadn't. It's a bit like if you play golf all the time. You get used to the range of motion that you need for golf. Now, that's a lot more active than pool, but the bending down and getting in the right position to take a shot is something that you just get used to. But if you don't get into that position for 10 years, you're going to feel it when you start doing it again. K&K, yes. Yeah. I've moved out and I'm living on my own. I don't really want to go into the ins and outs of it. It's very complicated, and I do still love my ex. It's a complex situation. Oh look, that's the first one I've actually seen. Do you see that? The geezer. Alright, geezer. Whoa there. I could make a joke about spurting, but I don't think I've got it in me. Crack Hawk, thank you very much. Fast Eddie Felsen had a Balabushka. He gave it to Vince Laurier.
Paul TRMZ love.
And then I think he took it back. Cheers, VVVVVVV. Thanks for coming in. Ollie, thank you for the 39 months. Crack Hawk, thank you very much too. Cheers, both of you guys, for the support. Irish Achilles, cheers for the 3. Rob Ho, thank you very much. Eric, thank you very much for the super chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the kind words. Are you a pool shark in the pubs winning pints off unsuspecting victims? Not really, Rob Ho. When I was in the pub, we all, like, a lot of us played pool. We were all pretty good, yeah.
I enjoy watching your stream. You are doing an amazing job. Stay strong, keep running.
Like, I was knocking around with people that I played pool with.
And watching
So we were all
to relieve
good.
the stress. Hope the best for you.
Racer, thank you for the resub. I hope everything works out the way you want it to, dude. Racer, cheers for you remembering your prime though, dude. Thank you. Yeah, I was, but I like I say, like the mates I used to knock about with on a Friday and a Saturday night. A bit like if you're playing in a football team on a Sunday, a lot of them are going to be your mates. Like you play in the pub team on a Sunday at football, and on a Saturday night you're drinking with the same mates down the pub. It was like that with the pool, you know. I had the same group of mates, so we were all good. I could make a joke about spurting, but I don't think I've got it in me. Phils, I'm glad somebody mentioned it. That was fucking gold. It felt like it went completely not over people's heads, but it was just missed.
Hope you're doing well, Paul.
I don't understand why that didn't. It should have got more of a reaction. Yeah, The Colour of Money is a very cool film. It's one of my favourites. I'm going to watch it at some point soon. Glad it didn't go over my head. Let's have a little glug of me water. If you got tired of playing, you could start a podcast and do really well. Maybe, I don't know. To do a podcast, you need to have an idea. You know, most podcasts that do well are celebrities that talk about the thing they were a celebrity for, like. If you're a former boxer, you do a boxing podcast, or if you're a former whatever tennis player or a golfist or whatever, you know, like they normally stick to like Simon Jordan's now doing a podcast about sport or whatever, you know, like Like, I don't really think I can do a podcast about DayZ. I know there are some, like the Friendly DayZ podcast.
Payday baby. I'd have a game of 8-ball any day.
They do a really good one. Boydie has one as well. I don't know if they're still doing the weekly ones or not. I don't know, but there are some. But I just don't think DayZ, maybe gaming is, but this is the kicker, right? I'm a streamer for a living, but I'm not a real gamer. DayZ is my favourite game. I'm a one-game kind of dude, you know. I always have been, you know. I play DayZ. I don't really consider myself a gamer. I'm not. I'm a DayZ dude, you know. I don't think DayZ is a broad enough subject to do a podcast on. I could do it on sport or something, but I don't think I have the name to get the views or the listens, whatever you do. You know, like, if people want to listen to a podcast about football, they'd probably rather listen to someone that played it and knows about it. I guess that's not entirely true. There's old matey that does the Man United one. Oh, it's red on the end. That looks cool, doesn't it? Like Oakley sunglasses. I used to think that the red or the blue tinted Oakley sunglasses were the sexiest thing ever. I'm not so sure about that now, but I used to think that. I need to make a fire. Yes, firewood. Yeah, there is that dude that does the YouTube. I can't never remember his name. Mark something, isn't it? The United one that was on TalkSport for about a week, but he earned less money on TalkSport than he did on YouTube. Mark Goldbridge. Or Goldbridge. That's the one. NJ Cranesworth, cheers for tuning in. Thank you, yeah. Goldbridge, he's a clown. He still gets views, though, doesn't he? I've never seen his... I've done probably the same as most people, though. I don't know if you actually watch his stuff back. You might do, but... my opinion of him is based on the clips that get shared that go viral when he has a meltdown, you know. I saw one the other day where Brighton were 2-1 up against United and he was just going, well, if forgive the voice, I can't remember exactly where it was. I'm just, in my mind, he was a bit of a nerd. And I'm not saying he is, but he sounded a bit like one. Well, if United could just get one more, we're really back in it. And then he starts having a meltdown because Brighton score and it goes to 3-1. Like... and that's really insightful, you know. We're one goal behind. If we can just get another goal, we'll be right back in it. I think that might have been Philly, you know. So I guess sometimes if you're commentating on a game to an audience that you can't show them the game, you're going to be filling a little bit, you know. But anyway, yeah, that's the only time I ever see him. I see him on like an Instagram reel or whatever, where he's gone viral for having an absolute meltdown because United have like chucked it in the toilet, you know, like. That'd have been a goal if it went in. Yeah, he does say stuff like that. Yeah. He comes from Nottingham. Yeah. Well, I was born in Lancashire. I've never watched Liverpool play. I spent most of my life in Suffolk, so I'm just as not a Liverpool fan as he is a Man U fan, really, you know. But I followed Liverpool since I was 4. I guess that's the way it is. You can't change your team even if it's convenient, you know. If I'd have had a son, I'd have tried to make him either an Ipswich or a West Ham fan. Because they're teams that I could get to from Suffolk. Ipswich would be easier, but it's not too hard to get down to West Ham. You know, like if I'd have had a son or a girl that was into football, but I'm guessing a son's more likely. Both of my kids are not interested in football, right? But I would have liked to have tried to do that. That would have been cool. Just wondering if we could just, while we're getting the plus symbol, we could just cook a few of those. I should have done it in the house, but I was worried about smoke. Suffolk have a team support your local. Gee, well, but I don't... Like, I always keep an eye on how Ipswich's results have gone. But I used to live near Leicester, you know. But when I was younger, I lived near Leicester. Like, how many teams can you follow? Like, I used to live in Lancashire, then I moved to Leicestershire, then I moved to Suffolk, you know. At what point do I stop, you know? Like, when I went to school in Lancashire when I was 4... I picked out Liverpool as my team. I remember having a mate and we were deciding what teams to support. It was something simple, like he himself had 2 badges. He's like, I've got these 2 badges, do you want one? And one was a Liverpool badge and one was a United badge, and I preferred the bird of the liver bird. I preferred the badge. I just liked it more. So I said I'll have that one. And then the next time they were on the telly, I watched them play, and I think they drew 4-4 or something with Everton. I can't really remember it very well. I was fucking 4. But anyway, I picked my team then. Doesn't really matter whether you have a good reason or not. You don't change your team, you know. Like, just because I live in Suffolk now, I didn't used to, you know. Like, if I moved to Norfolk, should I, like... If you supported Ipswich for 20 years and then you moved to Norwich, should you immediately support Norwich? Of course you fucking wouldn't, would you? You know, like, it's the same difference. Liverpool 4, Everton 4 happened in 1938. Cheeky fucking fuck. I think you'll find it happened in 1981, actually. Fuck off. It might have been 82. I don't know. How much does it cost to watch the matches on TV in the UK? A very complex question, old teenager, but you have to subscribe to a few sports channels to get everything. Liverpool, fantastic. Where am I from? Mick, I was born in Lancashire, like I say, but I live in Suffolk now, which is East Anglia, not far, like north of London. Liverpool 4, Everton 4 was 1991. No, I think there was one a lot earlier than that, Nikon, but it probably happened more than once. I might be remembering it wrong. It was a long time ago. 1938. Fuck off.
Did I miss something? Is there a new lower ceiling height for fireplaces this update?
No. Shells, you haven't missed anything. It's to do with the ground. Like, if there's no floor on the ground... That sounds stupid, but you know what I mean. You've been able to make fires in these all along. It's because the ground is gravel. For some reason you can make fires in them, but... People have been making fires in sheds like this on the Mouse forever because it's a lot safer than doing it anywhere else. So, yeah, if I go into a house with a floor and try and make a fire, it won't let me. But if you're in a shed like this, it counts as outside. Celtic or Rangers? I'm not really too bothered, Andrew. I think over the years I always kind of gravitated slightly more towards Celtic. But this is going back before when Rangers were more winning everything, not so much now, you know, like it's a long time ago, but nowadays I don't really care. I think it was Celtic really because of like Kenny Dalglish, and I don't know, I always felt slightly more affinity towards Celtic than the other way, but I've never really been bothered, you know, like I know there's a big rivalry there and a lot of it's to do with all sorts of serious stuff, but yeah, I hope Arsenal get through today. I think it might be really tense. I can foresee, like, 70 minutes gone, Real Madrid are 2-0 up and Arsenal are absolutely crumbling, holding on, you know. I can see it happening. But I really hope Arsenal do hold on. Did you follow Rangers at all when Stevie G was there? Jay, only as far as I was hoping he would do well. You know, it was his first job. I think he did do pretty well there, didn't he? You know, he did all right. Maybe his timing was good, but he did a decent job. But when he first signed for Villa, or when he first got the job as manager of Villa, I think he started okay. Things started all right. He did get a bit of a new manager bounce, and initially things looked like he was going to do well, but it all went wrong. he doesn't seem to have had as many chances as like Frank Lampard, for example. He seems to get a new job every other day. Wayne Rooney, admittedly not at the same level, but Wayne Rooney's had a few chances too. Like Gerrard has gone from hero at Rangers to villain at Villa, and then he's been off to Saudi. You know, like he didn't get as much of. He didn't get any second chances after Villa, did he? You know, like. There is a setting to change the brightness of the icon, numbskull. Like, for me, how those icons are now, because of my OLED, they look about the same as they did before. But in options, just on the main game menu, there's a HUD brightness level. You can adjust it. Right, now we've got to crack on and try and find the science guy again. I already found it once. Well, they're saying that. I need the key. I don't have a key. We'll have to go and get a key. But if we just run up this way, we can... well, we'll look for the science guy and then run for the key, I suppose. How accurate is Ted Lasso for soccer? It's not. I guess unless you're a professional football player, you're never going to know. But they might get certain elements of it right, or maybe how it is in training. But the way it is in terms of what he does to win games and stuff, and the way that it's all make-believe, right? But I love Ted Lasso. It's a great show. I really enjoy it. Actually, it's a really good show. I quite fancy watching it again. I've seen it through once, but it's a really sweet show. God, it's bright out here. Holy shit. That's the thing with that. Like, if we had actual sunglasses, they'd take the edge off the snow, but the tactical goggles don't, do they? I think I'm going to head over towards over that way first and just see if we can get a key without going to the military base that's up on top of the hill over there. Blaine, dude, thank you for gifting in the sub. I really appreciate it. Shells, thank you very much for the support. Johnny Blaze, Twisted, thank you as well. The goggles, they do nothing. I think it doesn't spawn much further up. Oh. That's it. That's it there. So it does spawn. It does spawn a bit further up. Now, the briefcase might have been taken, or the briefcase might not be rendering. I can't quite tell. But that's the science guy. I have indeed, Chris. Yeah, new monitor that's 4K with an OLED, 240 Hz, all singing, all dancing. Oh, he has got the briefcase as well. That is good news. Right, as soon as we're here, we might as well go to the nearer military base then and just try and loot for that there. Chat, I'm still not understanding mushroom spawns. If running constantly and don't stop and come across a single mushroom, does that mean does that single mushroom mean that it could be me, or it could be you, effing agent? There's no way to know. It's like mushroom spawn dynamically due to players being in the area. But if you're running from one place to another, like someone else has just replied, if you're going in a straight line and you're sprinting and jogging, your chances of seeing mushrooms, or at least many mushrooms, are actually quite small. So if you start seeing mushrooms to any kind of level, you should probably be a bit on your guard, because chances are some fuckers around. Like, there's no way to... Oh, God. That's the one thing with having this down. I can't see what the fuck I'm looking at. I'm just going to stash this and then we'll work it out. Yeah, I can't see the lines in my inventory. I don't know if you guys can see it, but I can't see the lines of the inventory to know how big it is. Only players cause mushrooms to spawn. Only players cause fruit to spawn. So, it normally is a bit of an indicator that players have been around. Like, you might be fairly close behind somebody else that ran that way. You know, like, if you're nearer to a town... I always remember there was a very small slither of a few houses quite close to the castle, a little bit north of the main castle on Livonia. And there was a group building a base on the Dusk Livonia server. And they were there all day, so when you got to that town, there was fruit everywhere. Every tree that could have fruit had fruit. Every single one. Because that's how it works, right? If somebody's been around... Like True Colours as well. I remember in Grishino, we were in True Colours. Like, with True Colours, you've got teams, and you're meant to hold in an area for 15 minutes and then move on to the next area, right? So, if you've got 30 players in Grishino for 20 minutes, when you leave, there's fruit everywhere. So you just... There's no hard and fast rule that guarantees it, but if you start seeing mushrooms and you start seeing certainly more than one in a fairly close area, it's just worth being a little bit more on your guard, because there may well be somebody around. We actually got a kill here yesterday as well. Weapon cleaning kit. There should be keys everywhere here. The fuck? Wonder what he died of. And he was... Got to take the one bullet, haven't I? I might need that one bullet. He was out of fire. I don't see... Oh, his head's ruined. He was shot then. His head's gone.
Cheers for your time you share with others. TRMZ left. TRMZ left.
Devil's Cabbage. Dude, thank you for the 23 months. Cheers for the support, man. Thank you very much. Kyroscope, thank you. Hope all's good with you, dude. Cheers for tuning in, Devils, man. Thank you. Right, let's just open this somewhere that feels safer. This'll do. Did I grab the other key on the body? I only need one key, dude. I'm just going to open this and then I'm done. You need the key to open this, and then that's it. You don't need the key anymore. I think he was following me, you know. I think that dude was following me. It's a good job I picked a good spot then, isn't it? That just goes to show the importance of where you pick as your little hidey hole. Like, just imagine if I'd not picked a decent spot there. I'd be dead. I haven't got many SKS rounds left, have I? I thought I had loads. I hope he's got some. Fuck me, that's insane, isn't it? That's so crazy. Dude's got a lot of food. He literally came through my tree as well. That's madness, isn't it? That's so crazy. Holy shit. I guess I probably could have just let him carry on. But in the instant, it just felt for sure that that dude was going to be tracking me. He might not have been, but it certainly felt that way. Fucking hell, it's 7:15. I've only been on a couple of hours. I have started way later than I wanted to because of the well, I had somebody in the house doing I had somebody moving the pipes for the washing machine. And I had somebody else doing something for the kitchen worktop. So I've had people in. I've had tradesmen in, and I couldn't start until I was done with that. And when they finally went, I went to start the stream, and I had all those NVIDIA issues, and I was trying to fix that for fucking ages. And then I started, and it was still broken anyway. He shot the guy in the head, saw you leave and was in hot pursuit. Maybe was, yeah, you never know. He might have been the dude that had done the murder. Yeah, I'm sure you'd be well aware about finding quality subservience these days, said T-Ball. You practically live in upstairs, downstairs, don't you? Or, for slightly younger audiences, Downton Abbey. Any opinions on the new season of The Last of Us? I've not seen the new season yet. There's only one episode out. No spoilers, please, everyone. Would be good. But yeah, no spoilers. But I've not. I think I'm going to watch the first episode tonight, if I can. The more I watch the kill, it's actually easy to do from hero to zero. If you're in trees like that, you tend to not look at where you're going. What can you see? So you actually tend to look at you might be doing this. When you're really in thick trees, you don't go through them like that looking, do you? You don't go like in each one. You'd be really surprised how easy it is to go walk past somebody. I've done it. It's really easy to do. Nah, I'm not buying that. Not today. Oh, I thought they were behind me. Turns out they're in front. Yes, it's foul. It's massive. Obviously, it's 4K instead of 1440, so there's a resolution change. But the difference in contrast ratio, like the vivid whites and the deep blacks, the difference in contrast ratio between an OLED, a modern OLED screen, and however old, 5-year-old TN panel or whatever it was, the difference is massive. It's a huge upgrade. Did Paul change his mic or something? Well, I've moved to a different room, dude. Like, I'm not in the same room, so the acoustics are going to be slightly different. Yeah, that's a good shout about the pouches. You're right about that. I should put the glow plug in the pouches. The pouches on your vest work the same as a protector case. They still act as a protector case. I think those shots are at the prison, I think. I started watching Mobland. I don't have Paramount, so I haven't started watching it at all. There's too many TV shows, and at the moment, like I've said this a bit, but I've moved house. I don't have a living room. I don't have a living room TV, so I've got a smaller TV in the bedroom. I'm not really wanting to start like epic cinematic stuff or really shows I'm really engaged in. I'm a bit unsure about starting Last of Us, to be honest. I want to try and get like a sofa and a telly. Is Mobland on Now TV? I don't think so. No, it's on Paramount Plus. You have to subscribe to Paramount, I'm pretty sure. Still heading towards the shots, but I'm not sure where we're going to end up. Got a few spare milk crates if you need furniture. Well, thank you. Am I doing a shorter stream? I'll have to do a shorter stream, Blaine. It's not... I had people here in the house. Like, if I can't start till 4, I still want to stream a little bit. Yeah, I don't want to be stopping after 2 hours, but it's going to be shorter. It can't not be. I don't want to stream like till like midnight or something. I've got to have something to eat as an evening meal. I've got to sort stuff out, get up in the morning, shit to do, and then stream tomorrow. I think the shots will have been in this town somewhere. So the prison is more to the left. I don't see any dead Zeds though. Those medical zombies, there's a dynamic medical down there. There's one of those ambulances, which they've added for the new patch. So, I don't know, if somebody was shooting here, I feel like they would have... There it is, that's the ambulance, that's what it looks like. Maybe they were shooting more to the left, because there's no way though the zombies would have all pulled over towards where the shooter was. Yeah, the guy I teamed up with yesterday had a 10x scope. And he'd found it at a fairly low-tier military base as well. He found it at a military base on Sakhal. There is a barrack or two here, and then the prison is kind of over that way. Yeah, I really want to try and get the new 10x scope and stick it on a DMR or an SV98. That's kind of a bit of a goal for sure. I think those shots must have been just somebody shooting Zeds. They sounded kind of fairly regular, like somebody, I don't know, chambering something like a double barrel shot. Sorry, a pump gun shotgun or similar. and then shooting a Z again, you know, like that's what it sounded like. I have no fucking clue about the gun sounds anymore at all. I don't think this bit here spawns zombies. They might be up more over by the prison. I am just going to quickly check this one barrack because I want to see if I can get lucky on some SKS rounds. We don't need the bullets in the first room. Right, I don't know. I don't know if I really want to go to the... I really want to go to the prison. There could be players there, but there'll be a fuckload of zombies, and if there are players there, they won't be very geared. People at the prison are normally like hoping to find an SSG or a shotgun or something, you know. There will be a little bit low tier geared. I can't really be doing with that. I think we're just going to head around the trees and go along this way, go over there and start heading towards the south bit of the map. Long term, I need to try and end up at the peninsula. I've got the thing now. We can do the bunker. I did have a head torch, which I don't seem to have anymore. So, a few things we need to do. We need to find a zombie wearing a head torch and get it. And I need to ideally find a cooking pot so that I can fill it full of fuel. If not, I'll have to use my canteen. You can't put fuel into these little bottles. You can't put fuel in those. No, what am I doing that for? I don't know. Whoever was shooting were around here. They may have gone that way. We might see them if we keep going this way. I refuse to kill a fox because of the sound. I'd rather starve. Well, you know your own mind. Some might say you're stubborn. Some might say you're a gamer of conviction. NVGs would be a plus. Yeah, they're more likely to be in the bunker as well, though, aren't they? That's the trouble. So if we get a head torch, we can then go and do the bunker and get the NVGs, I suppose. Ugh. It's a lot more open here than I thought it would be. I knew it was open, but I didn't realise I was that far away from the trees over there. I think I'm going to get... Oh, I think I'm going to get to the trees. I keep fat fingering the aim down sight button. I just can't fucking help myself. Franky's making a joke because at the start of today I got a kill and I drank the dude's bottle and it was full of gas. So I drank a pet bottle of gasoline earlier. I don't actually need a cooking pot. I could do it if I found another... There was more canteens. I could actually go back to the... We could go back to our little stash in the tech building and just grab one of the canteens from there. When did you decide to do YouTube, Twitch as a full-time job? When it was earning me more money than my regular job, I guess, is the honest truth. You know, it wasn't really an aim, but when it started to take off, I was thinking it could be, maybe. And we're going back a long time now, but I ended up having to live back at my parents for a while because I'd split up with my ex-wife, and I was still effectively for a short time paying bills to the house that I no longer lived in, you know, like. So I moved to my parents, and I didn't after a while I then had no mortgage to pay because I didn't have anything to do with it, you know. I no longer had a house. I was only working in retail. I didn't have enough money to go and buy another place, so I knew I'd have to stay at my parents' for a little while, like a year or two. And it was like, if I'm going to do this thing and try it, maybe now is the time to try it, because my overheads have just gone down massively, you know. Like, if you quit your job to become a full-time streamer and then 3 months later it's not going very well, there's a huge risk there, isn't there? So it was easier to make the jump at that moment, but even still, I'd waited until I was earning more money from streaming consistently for a few, well, like four months or so. I'd earned more money streaming than on my other job. A vexing chicky fucker. NVGs are bugged in this patch. They turn off coming out of ADSing. Oh dear. How did I find retail? It sucked. Retail sucks. You get some good camaraderie with some of the people you work with. You lose that a little bit when you're in retail management, because you're trying to make the people work and they don't like that very much, you know, so you can lose that camaraderie a bit. But you do get, even still, you get a bit of camaraderie with the people you work with and whatnot, and that's kind of alright. But retail sucks. Like, working for big companies especially sucks. Some kinds of retail is okay, like if you're doing something you're interested in. Like, let's say you're really interested in music and you're massively into hi-fis, and you manage to work in a shop that sells really high-end speakers and surround sound systems and whatever, and you're really interested in that, or you're massively into like let's just say watches, because I am. Like, if you're really into watches and you manage to get a job selling watches, like in a jeweler's or whatever, you know, like, at least you're doing something you're interested in and you're passionate about. But if you work for a really big company like a supermarket, like I worked for Asda for a while, you're just like a number in this monolith, and it just feels like a lumbering, like, just ball of mess that you, no matter what you do, it makes no difference to the company or your store, really. Minty, no, I wasn't at my parents' when I started streaming. I got Twitch partnered when I was living with my ex. I don't really know how much this really matters now. It's 10 years ago, but I was partnered streamer in June. I got partnered in June of 2015. No, June of 2016. And I moved out. No, I think it was June 2015. I'm getting my years wrong. June 2015. And then I was moving out like November, December time. Was wondering if I'm the weird one for hating it. You're not, mushy peas. I don't think most people that have been in retail for any length of time know damn well it sucks. Don't have to do SWOT analysis 2 times a year now. Oh my god, I can't even bring myself to think about that sort of shit, you know, like, oh my god, the Asda stuff was so dull. Some of the people I worked with at Asda were really, really lovely people, but the actual work and the company was so dull. It was just shifting boxes. All you were doing was worrying about making sure the shelves were full and availability, and it was just so dull. Like spending your whole life absolutely terrified that the person you just spoke to was a mystery shopper. Oh. Riley, that was ages ago, dude. It wasn't like it was yesterday. I've got to be honest, dude. I'm not really interested in worrying about kitchen renovation. Like, that's not the... People do the whole house up and then sell it and move, don't they? People do these things. What is a mystery shopper? If you're working for a reasonably good company, they'll employ mystery shoppers, so you get like ratings. So, like, you'll have like rules that you're meant to stick to. So, for example, in Asda, one rule, just as an example, would be if a customer comes up to you and says, "Excuse me, where's the bread?" You weren't allowed to just say it's in aisle 2. you had to walk them to the bread and show them where the bread was. That was a rule. That was a company rule, you know. You're not allowed to tell them where it is. You have to show them. That's part of the service that they want you to do. So they would send people round and they would score the store on whether people did that or not. So they'd intentionally go and ask somebody where something was, and if they told them and didn't show them, you'd get marked down. And then there'd be other scores, like how many people were waiting in the queues, you know. Asda had this rule that they're allowed one being served and one in front. This is then, it might be different now. So if they went to the till and there was one being served and then 3 in front because the queue was big, you'd get in serious trouble because the queue was too big, you know, like that's what. So you'd get like a score out of 100 for mystery shopping, and if it was below something like 90, you'd be getting in bother. Hi Alex, thank you for coming in. It's freezing in Norway. It's lovely today in the UK. Yeah, it's nice and sunny. Uber is the best if you don't want a boss and schedule. Yeah. Anything you can do where you're in charge of what you're doing is a very good thing, yeah. I genuinely think a lot of people that are leaving school now should be trying to focus, like certainly people that are vaguely interested or got the idea, like the ability to do it, should be going for trades. I genuinely think there's a lot of money to be made for people doing that kind of thing, you know, like if you can get an apprenticeship to be an electrician or a plumber or whatever you want to do like that, you know. The houses are always being built, people are always needing renovations, people are always needing their back garden patioed or whatever. And if you can get a trade like that and then learn to do it, and while you're learning to do it, put a tiny bit of money aside and then start doing it for yourself, like as in you get to keep all the money when you're doing the landscaping of someone's back garden or whatever, obviously other than you're buying the slabs or whatever what the customer pays for anyway. But I think that's the thing that more people should be doing, you know, like doing a trade and then starting your own company on the trade that you're a specialist in. How long have you been on today? Drunken? I've been on 2 hours and 17 minutes. I was on for about 20 minutes before that, but I was having issues with my my PC. Like I've had to reset all my drivers and it's all fine now, but I was having some issues for a little while. You're a scaffolder and I hate it, yeah. And that's the thing, you got to do something you like, but I hope it pays okay, dude. Like there's people out there that hate their job that are on £10 or £11 an hour or whatever the minimum wage is now. I think it's more than that now, isn't it? But at least if you're doing something that pays okay, you can enjoy yourself in your spare time, you know. There's people that hate their job that get paid fuck all, you know. My husband is a driver for Currys. It's a love-hate relationship for him. He loves driving, but the customers are sucking the life out of him. Yeah, it's not great. Obviously, there's different types of driving. One thing I can say is that not all of them. You get some good, some bad. But the people that used to do the deliveries for Asda, like the guys that would drive the lorry and it would just be full of pallets of stuff for your store, they were the most awkward, unhappy, miserable fuckers that would just go out of their way to make your life harder. Like they'd park the lorry in a slightly wrong place and then refuse to move it. Like, no, this is where it is, I'm not moving it. Like, but we've got to handball all that stuff from there. Can you not move it? No. Like, they're just so fucking awkward.
I became a plasterer because of loads of money.
Loads of money! And did it work? You should always do what you love for a living. Bob Scratchit. Life just isn't that simple. There aren't enough people that love cleaning toilets out there, dude. It's just, life is not that simple. I'm sorry to tell you. If everybody did what they loved for a living, then lots of jobs would never get done. Boba Fett, dude, thank you for the 22 months. Prince Fipsy, thank you very much for the 31. Mr. Bonesaw, thank you very much too. Hornbeam, thank you for the 7 months. Devil's Cabbage, Kyroscope, thank you. I certainly think it's an aspiration. I really agree. And I love what I do, and I'm very pleased to do it. But I didn't love what I did for the 20 years beforehand, you know, like, and I felt trapped in that. And I'm really glad I got out of it. But there are people watching right now that are doing jobs that they don't love, and they don't have any choice in doing them because they've got a family, or they've got kids, or they've got a roof over their head, or bills to pay, or whatever. There's nearly everybody's in that boat. Not many people do what they love. I've heard the opposite. Never make your hobby your job because you'll end up hating it over time. I think it's just different people, you know, like, I don't hate what I do. I think if you're really into, like, say you're into music and you become a radio DJ, I just feel it becomes like an extension of your interest. I don't know. If you're really into sport and you become a radio presenter or a football commentator or something, I feel like your love of the sport is just enhanced by the job that you do personally, but I guess it depends on the person, you know. That one's fair whack away. I wonder if there's somebody else. That one's really a long way away. They are way beyond the remit of where the range where I'd be spawning in, isn't it? It's good. I like the new one. It tells you the angle. I don't really know what bearing the angle makes, but it tells you the angle now as well. So it's 390 degrees and 11 degree down bubble. Harder larboard. Periscope depth. We'll always need undertakers. Oh my word. Maybe the angle provides indication of bullet drop. Miss Celery, well, it's telling you the how much above or below the target you are, obviously, because I'm on a hill. So if you're clever, you can probably factor it into your ranging. I can never remember the ranging and how it works when you're above or below. You know, like if you're firing up, you need to range up, and if you're firing down, you need to range down. Or I can never remember the rules and how it. I just have to play by feel, and if I get it wrong, I adjust my ranging. You know, but yeah, obviously, if you're like the bullet drop is changed. Like if it's 200 meters, but it's 45 degrees down, it's very different than 200 meters on the level. I guess whether it's up or down, if it's 200 meters and it's a long way up, it's not actually 200 meters away. Same down, you know, you like they're closer than that. Drunken Camper, thank you for the 51 months, dude. Can't believe you can't build what you want on your own farm. David, yeah, there are a lot of rules. But things are getting built, you know. There are houses, and there are houses being built. There are always going to be needs to... Like, if you're an electrician, it doesn't really concern you if some rich landowner is struggling to build the place or not. You're still going to get the job to do the electrics when they build it, you know. Like the sort of problems Jeremy Clarkson faces, they are serious. People want farmers to diversify, but then local governments or local councils have the right to overrule them building stuff because they don't want a pub in their town because they or whatever, you know, like they want to protect the integrity of their town of 30 fucking people or whatever. But if you're an electrician, it doesn't concern you, all of that stuff. It concerns Jeremy Clarkson. Like, the electrician still gets the job when it happens. But yeah, we do have some stupid rules. They're meant to be. I don't really want to stray into politics, but they are meant to be making it easier. But they say these things, but whether they actually happen or not is another matter. You range up when shooting uphill because the bullet's fighting gravity. Yeah, that makes sense. It definitely does suck to be a farmer, though. Yeah, like, I'm not denying that. That doesn't mean that there aren't lots of rich farmers out there. You know, like there are lots of farmers struggling, I'm sure, but there are also some farmers that aren't doing so bad. You know, but I agree though. It absolutely shocked me when. They were talking about an entire field and how much yield they would get, like an entire field of crops, and then they harvest it, and it's like £1,600 or something. You know, like £1,600 is a fair amount of money, but not if you've got a whole fucking field. You know, like if you turned that field into a plot of houses and sold the houses, you'd make fucking you could literally like. It's no wonder there's not like it is. I'm no denying it. The amount of money per field is. The yield they can make is crazily low. I'm really surprised we've not seen more players whilst we've been doing this on these travels, but the upside is that this journey up and back hasn't actually taken us very long. It really didn't take very long to go up to the volcano, find the scientist, get a key, open the box, shoot some random that walked on my toes, and then carry on. You know, it really was quite an easy trip.
I love the stream. Keep on running _TRMZ.
Not if you Graham Reed. Only joking. That would be naughty. Yeah, you have to do it under the ground, don't you? Like you have to be a rich aristocrat with a load of land, and then you let Matthew McConaughey grow it underground for you. I can never get his name right. I'm never going to get his name right. I might as well call him Matthew McTaggart or something. I can never get his name right. There and back again, an airport loot story. Yeah, I won't get too comfortable, you're right. When you start feeling safe and everything's going well, that's when you take a bullet in the back. Let's have a little look in the back. Bayern will win tonight 3-1. I can't remember who Bayern are playing now. They're playing Inter Milan, aren't they? I think Inter Milan are dark horses, really. I think Bayern at home not getting the result they needed is not good news for them personally, but I'd like Bayern to do well. I feel like I want everyone to win the Champions League, but I'd like to see Harry Kane win a major trophy. I think they're going to win the Bundesliga, obviously, but Harry Kane winning the Champions League would be kind of a vindication for him going where he went, because they just wouldn't sell him to a British club. There's been a few rumours that Liverpool might try to sign Harry Kane. I don't see it myself. He's too old, but I'd be quite excited if Liverpool signed Harry Kane. I think he's not. It would be a weird one, but he'd fucking score, wouldn't he? Matthew McDonagall. I'm planning to move to the UK. What do you think is the state of the UK at the moment? But will you recommend coming there? It depends where you're coming from, Night Owl. You know, like I think the UK is a great place to live, but most people watching this chat, not sat. What's sat? Most people watching this chat that live in like westernized countries, if you like, are probably doing okay geographically, you know, like we don't need to get all down and start getting all political or whatever and oh god, the UK's so bad because of this. Or the reality is, compared to places where like you might be born and then there's like 6 of you living in a shed, we've all kind of done okay if we're living more in like a first world country as it is, you know, like I think the UK's an okay place to live. Is it perfect? Definitely not, but it's certainly better than a lot of places. Kane to Liverpool, well behaved. I don't really want Liverpool to sign Harry Kane. He's too old. I do like Harry Kane though. I like him. I think I like him as a dude. I think he's chronically underrated by many. Well, that's interesting. I don't want to carry the gas, dude. It's just too big. Like, the jerry can's so big and so heavy. I'll be fucked if I'm carrying that. God, is it time for the Arsenal already? Holy shit. Mr. Kowalski, thank you for the membership. Notorious, thank you. Drunken Camper, Boba Fett, thank you as well. He doesn't fit the model of it. I think I agree with what I can't. Might have been Jamie Carragher was saying on commentary. I think they need someone with some pace to go up front. They need someone with pace. Like Salah is still pretty quick. He's still pretty nimble, but he's not as quick as he was. I think getting a striker, a centre forward with some pace would be quite wise. There's a lot of rumours that Diaz wants to go to Barcelona as well. If that were to happen, I hope it doesn't. But if that were to happen, then we might need. Gakpo's good, but if Diaz goes, then we're going to need somebody else in. I've never been to any of the Scandinavian countries at now. No. Yeah, I know there's a gas station on the peninsula. I've only got one canteen. If I get 2, then I can fill up on the way and save a lot of fucking around. I know where there's another canteen, so I'm going to go back to my little tech building and have a look in there. Salah weighed down by the new contract. I think his contract's pretty much the same as the old contract. Apparently, he's still on the same kind of crazy money as he was before, but it's slightly more weighted towards bonuses now, so that, in other words, if he falls off a cliff and he stops playing or he gets injured, he won't get quite so much money as if he was fit, you know. So, but he's not weighed down by it. He's got pretty much the same weekly wages he's on now. Back to the airfield part 3. Is this where we have to get the train to 88 miles an hour? The steam train? Dang, no, there's no word about lights out. I don't know if there'll be one or not. I've no idea. Where is my hotbar? Oh, it's there. I turn the hotbar off, dude, because it just gets in the way. I always have the things that matter. My melee for zombies is number 4. My suppressed pistol is always number 1. My long range gun's number 2, and my closer range CQB or like gun that will save me in a pinch is on number 3. I always have those 4 in the same place. I don't need to see the hotbar to know that. Absolutely no chance. He's a Newcastle fan, dude. There's no chance because he's desperate for Isak to stay at Newcastle. I think it's unlikely Liverpool will, even if they've got the money, I think it's unlikely Liverpool will bid the money that it would take Newcastle to sell. But there is a chance, there is a way that Newcastle might lose Isak, just the same as there's a way Liverpool might lose every player they've got, you know, like, were Newcastle to finish 6th and not make the Champions League, and then a Champions League club comes in and turns his eye and offers the money, he'd go. Just the same as Coutinho went, or like Trent's going, or whatever, you know. If you don't get Champions League football and the right team comes in for him, he might go. That's the way the world is. There's actually a petrol station there. I might come back to this once we've found this container, because it's a lot quicker than going to the other one. It's a bit open though. Do I remember Hotbar 5? I do, yeah, it's rangefinder. We were 3rd, why would you leave? Well, you've not finished 3rd yet, Combat Zach, have you? And Liverpool are top. Trent still wants to leave, you know. Like, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm sure he might want to stay. Isak's a great player. He's doing great at Newcastle. Eddie Howe's a brilliant manager. But the reality is Newcastle isn't Real Madrid, you know. Just like Liverpool isn't Real Madrid. There's a chance your star players can go. There's a chance that Diaz wants to leave in the summer, even though Liverpool are top of the Premier League, you know. Like, if you can't understand that, you're just obviously a fan hoping rather than being a realist, you know. Like, the reality is that there are certain clubs that can turn the eye of any player that's in. Even Haaland at Man City could have his eye turned by Real Madrid. Even though he's got a 9-year contract, he could still end up going, you know. Nobody is safe from Barcelona or Real Madrid necessarily. FN agent, but he just scored for the team that it meant so much. Of course that means so much, but that footballers, like, just because he's like shooing off Liverpool fans when they scored and won the cup, and that's great, right? But like, footballers will literally kiss the badge on a Saturday and next week put in a transfer request, you know. Like, not understanding that is just fan talk, isn't it? Like, the reality is footballers are the same as most people, you know. If you're working for Asda and you love Asda, and then somebody else from another company similar offers to double your salary because they really like the look of what you do, you'll probably take the salary, you know. Like, especially if it's a better company with better options or better prospects or whatever, or better conditions, or like do you know, that's just the reality of it, you know. Like, yeah, cheers Dems, good luck dude. I hope Arsenal get through. I think it'll be cool. Someone's been and dropped all this stuff out. Salah didn't from Saudi. Yeah, but Salah wants to win things still. Like, Salah doesn't need the money. He's probably young enough, Salah, to stay at Liverpool for a year or two and then still go to Saudi if he wants to as well. But the reality is that any player can have their head turned by certain clubs. And I'm not saying Liverpool is that club for Isak, but there could be a club out there, and to think otherwise is naive, and I think you really know that. Of course it is. He's one of probably the 3 main star forwards in the Premier League, right?
TRMZ left, TRMZ left.
If Real Madrid decide they need a forward, or Barcelona decide they need a forward, Barcelona probably can't afford him. But the reality is, if Real Madrid want him, he's going to go. That's the way it is. It just is, isn't it? You know it is. I kind of hope Newcastle finish in the top 5. I hope Eddie Howe's okay, by the way. He's quite a young man, and he's in hospital with pneumonia, isn't he? He's only like early 50s, isn't he? Like, you don't normally get pneumonia at that age. I hope he's all right. I hope this is all obviously just speculation, but more hope. I hope he doesn't have any underlying health issues that might cause him to get pneumonia, because you'd normally, as a youngerish person that's quite fit and healthy, not get pneumonia unless you had like a diminished immune system or something like that. He's 47. Fucking hell, I thought he was like 51 or something. He's even younger. Yeah, he's a young man to be in hospital with pneumonia, isn't he? I got pneumonia when I was 2, yeah, but like babies and old people, they're the ones that have different immune systems, aren't they? Or youngsters. And you can obviously get it, but you normally it might be something else that might be inhibiting your immune system. Maybe, I don't know. I hope not. Nothing like an hour and a half meeting with an estate attorney to make you ready for a drink. Oh dear. So I didn't bother going back to the other side of the airfield to fill up this container. I've got 2 pet bottles now, and I can fill them both up with fuel, and that's great. But I didn't go back to the airfield to do it for the simple reason that I need to make a fire and defrost the bottle, and I didn't want to do that at the airfield. I think we're going to do it in there. Yeah, well, FN agent maybe. I think the reality is that Newcastle, if they finish in the Champions League, are a project that he might be keen to stay on. I think that's fair. I think that's absolutely fair. However, I think it's unlikely that Newcastle are going to win the Premier League next season. I think even you would probably agree with that, right? So it depends, I'm not talking it up because I genuinely don't think Liverpool would spend the money on his sack. But if Liverpool offered 150 million, let's say, and he had his head turned, there are reasons why Liverpool might be a more attractive club to him. For a start, he'd be playing with Salah. I know you've got old matey on the left, who's a Liverpudlian. Forget his name. I don't know. I can see his face, but you've got great players. But he'd be playing with like Salah on one side to feed him and whatnot. He'd be much more likely to win the Premier League at Liverpool than he would be at Newcastle, right? That's just a given.
Maybe this can get you
yeah, Gordon. Yeah, Gordon. Thank you.
UTFT.
I still think he's likely to stay at Newcastle, so don't get me wrong. But if Liverpool decided to bid the money, there are reasons why he might go. Liverpool have won the Champions League and the Premier League. They won the Champions League and the Premier League twice, hopefully soon enough, in the last 5 years. They've won the Champions League. They get to the semis. They get to the finals sometimes. He's more likely to win a trophy at Liverpool than Newcastle. But again, I doubt it will happen anyway because Liverpool are tight. They just won't They won't spend that money. They don't often do. They did with Van Dijk and Alisson, and look how good that worked for them. But normally they'll try and buy more of an up-and-comer who has a massive resale value. If Isak was for sale, there'd be a lot of competition. There wouldn't be, Toves, because there's hardly anyone that can pay the money. Like, in England, City could pay the money, but they've got Haaland, so they wouldn't buy him. Maybe Liverpool or Arsenal might pay the money. They have done in the past, spent big money maybe, but there aren't actually many clubs that can afford him. Barcelona couldn't afford him. Real Madrid could, but why would they buy him when they've got Vinicius Jr. and Mbappe and all of those players? You know, like, there aren't actually there aren't many clubs in the world that can pay 100 million plus for a player. Chelsea probably could. They need a striker, but they are meant to be sailing way beyond close to the limit with financial fair play already, aren't they? They probably can't spend the money without selling serious amounts of people. Jungle Burger, thank you for the 30 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Possess Stone, thank you as well. Nakos, thank you as well. United and Chelsea would go in for sure. United can't buy him at the moment, Tobes. They're absolutely fucked with financial fair play at the moment. Chelsea are too, dude. They can't spend money they haven't got in the books, you know. Like, they really have. Like, look at how much United have spent in the last 3 seasons, and they're not in the Champions League. Chelsea have been missing in the Champions League. Their income's going down. Their spending's gone up. They don't have the available money in their balance to pay that. Even if they've got the money, they can't buy him. Liverpool did nearly buy Caicedo. Yeah, they were willing to spend the money then, and they never spent that money, but I don't know where that money went. They must have lost it behind the back of the sofa or something, because they haven't spent it since either, have they? I'd be amazed if Arsenal would pay through the nose for Isak. Well, they did for Declan Rice, didn't they? Arsenal have shown to be prepared to pay like 3 figures for the right player. What do you think? How long will you be streaming today? I don't know, Daniel. I'm going to try and get in the bunker. I don't know. I've not had anything to eat this evening yet. It's now 8:10. I don't like doing shorter streams, but I can't help having like real world shit going on, you know. I just couldn't start. I had a trade guy here doing the plumbing stuff, and then I had another dude here, and I can't start when there's someone in the house asking me questions, you know. I can't sit in here talking nonsense about the size of my tiny micropene while there's somebody drilling in the other room listening to me. The Radcliffe interview showed they're still paying for players they bought years ago, yeah. But yeah, I would like to try and play for a little bit longer than this, right? Maybe till like 10 PM or something, but that's a fairly late evening meal for me, isn't it? It's not ideal, but shit happens. I don't feel very hungry at the moment. I'm all good, but
The ads again, TRMZ lurk, TRMZ lab.
I really wanted to start today, more like 1:30ish, 2 PM, but just too much stuff going on. Drilling. They were drilling. Drilling and sawing and all sorts. The Sakhal quest is pretty tough as a solo boss Norcal. Yeah, it is. And it is tough when you get a key that only works 5 times and then open up 3 containers and there's like a Bison in one and a Makarov in another. And if you've checked 5 containers, chances are you've probably found an AK-101 and maybe an M4. But the chances of finding a DMR seem incredibly small, you know, like I've checked something like 13 containers. I've not seen a single DMR yet. Sydney, no, it's all good. Like, well, it's pretty much done. They've been and moved. So I was waiting on somebody moving some pipe work, and that's done. But there's now a secondary guy coming to just like tidy up the plastering stuff. But yeah, it's all good. You can eat and keep streaming later. Rico, this just in. I was up at 7 AM. I'm in person too. Just so you know, Rico, like if you ever if you're in your job, if you have to have the morning off because you needed to go to the doctors or something, or you had a plumber coming and you had like water in your kitchen and you needed to have the morning off, when you get back in later, and if your boss says, well, everyone else is going home at 5, but you can stay till 10 if you want, it's fine. Eat something at your desk. Don't feel you have to do that. I do love streaming, but I also like going to bed and sleeping and then waking up tomorrow at the sensible time. I have to get up at 2 AM Monday through Friday. And then you have to walk to work 15 miles uphill and then walk home 15 miles uphill too. Two AM does suck as a get up time, but I hope you're getting home at a time that then gives you a sensible day. I do like playing solo, Dave. Yeah, it's how you get a lot of the random cool moments and team ups and all sorts, you know. GeForce, I've done what I want to do for now. Yeah, I might want to do more in the long run, but I've done a few of the rooms now, and well, I haven't done them, but they're done. Yeah. Maybe as a European you don't have to do that, as an American you do. Samsung recently changed federal law for working week to become 60 hours a week. Fuck that. And it depends. Like, to be honest, being fair, right? If I was on an early shift at Asda and then I needed to do something in the morning, like wait in for a plumber, I would have just asked to move to the late shift. I wouldn't expect to get time off for free, you know. But the reality is, I'm not Asda, you know. I'm not Asda. I like, if you're self-employed and you work, let's say 8 till 6, and you have to wait in till 11 PM, you'll just do what you need to do to get your job done and then finish when you finish. You won't necessarily make the hours up, right? Because you don't work for Asda. 60 hours a week is absolutely crazy, you know. Like, if you're doing 5 hours, you're doing 12-hour days. 5 12-hour days is not healthy. 5 12-hour days is not healthy in the slightest, you know. Like, no way. Like, it's not just a 12-hour day. You've got to be having like a break in that. So if you're going to do 60 hours and be paid for 60 hours work, you've got to be at work 13 hours with an hour's break in between, maybe a couple of 10 minutes or whatever. But that's a fucking insane day. Like, to do 5 times. I know there'll be people in the chat doing that now, and I hope you're getting paid handsomely for it, but it shouldn't be a sustainable thing for everybody, should it? Joke, I don't game in this room when I'm not streaming, no. Oh, that's a heli. My God, is it in the open? Didn't hear it crash, but my fuck, is that heli in the open? Jay, thank you for the tip.
or Sour team up?
There's no plans for a
Together
team up
always
yet.
Makes for an hilarious video.
Sour has been on a break from streaming. I'm not sure if he was back the other day or not. Somebody was saying he was, but Sour's not streamed for a little while, dude. So there's that partly as well. But I've not done any team ups for a little while. I've only just moved into the new house. My team ups are going to be the charity team ups for the next few weeks. I'm going to try and get those done. So I'm teaming up with a dude called Gabe on Friday. And so I'll be teaming up with somebody who's like in a Discord team up. But it's going to be one of the donators from December's charity stream. Because they were meant to start from February. But I was unable to start them because of all the stuff that's been going on in my life. I couldn't guarantee a scheduled start time for a stream. I didn't want to be saying to somebody that had sent money to a charity and to play with me that I was like arrange it and then cancel it or something, you know. So my focus is on those for the next month, really. It'll take more than a month. If I do one a week, it's going to take about 8 weeks. So I'm going to do those. Saka is so predictable. Well, I'm not watching the game, but I think Saka's an amazing player. I think one of Arsenal's main reasons they're not closer in the title is that he was injured. He's really, really good. There's definitely something in this game at the moment with the frames and the lighting. When the sun is low, the frames are much worse. I can feel it not performing as well as it was 10 minutes ago. And I'm sure it's because it's now properly dusk. It's an M16. And an AKM mag. Well, the M16's got a mag. Oh shit. This is not the way. Fuck. Have I actually got any 5.56? I think I had a handful. I thought I had a handful of 5.56. I've got 12. 10 round mag. I don't think it's worth it. I think I'm just going to leave it. I was trying to work out how many bullets I've got. I don't want to triple gun for an M16 and a 10 round mag. I'm going to leave it there. We can always come back for it much later. I know where it is. Probably. Have you bought a new house? I have, Rob, yeah. Hey, how much better is the M16 is slightly more powerful than the SKS, I'm pretty sure, but if you can get a 30 round mag, then the capacity alone is a big, big deal. Like, the M16 is more powerful than all the other assault rifles, except for maybe the Olga X, but it's a powerful gun. I'm saying this, they have tweaked the damage in the last patch, so it might have slightly changed now, but the M16 is a really good gun. And I do have the silencer as well. That's yeah, I should... The problem is, dude, like, to get bullets for the M16, I've got to go to the boat. Like, I've only got 16 bullets. I won't find any spare bullets in the... I might get some in the bunker if I'm really lucky, in one of the ammo boxes, but... M16 bullets and M4 bullets, whatever, 5.56, they don't spawn on the peninsula. You have to go to the boat further south. Like, I'm not going there, I'm going to the bunker. And in the bunker I'll probably find reasonable stuff anyway. And if I go to the boat to try and get bullets, I'll find an M16 there, you know, they spawn there. So if I'm going to go to the boat in order to get bullets, I can grab one of those M16s anyway. thought the SKS did 110 damage and the M16 did 107. They're very, very close. You might be right. I don't remember the stats, but they're both powerful. The SKS is not quite so powerful as the CR527. But I don't do Wobo stats, you know. I don't look at those stats. I just know the M16 will uncon a plate carrier at real close range even, you know. The SKS doesn't seem to do as good as... Whatever the bare damage stats are, what really matters to me is whether someone goes unconscious when you hit them or not. A plate carrier in SKS invariably takes 2 shots. Sometimes an M16 takes 1 shot. No, there's no difference. No matter what character you get, Fudge, whether it's gender or like the older dudes or the younger dudes or whatever, all your stats are always the same. It's just cosmetic, that's all. I think a lot of players have like I certainly do, have like a favourite avatar they like to play as. I like to play as a certain avatar for sure. I've drank my tea and I've drank the entirety of my water bottle. I'm going to have to go and make a cup of tea in a minute, I think. SKS does less damage than the 7.62 carbine. I think so, yeah. The carbine's actually quite powerful. Again, this might be wrong because I'm not Wobo, but in my own, like a CR527 to the chest will knock on quite a lot of players, you know. It's a longer range rifle. It's bolt action, obviously, but the SKS is not as powerful. It never seems to be as me, but the CR527's bolt action is much harder to use. But the M16 doesn't shoot straight. That's probably why I like it, because I don't shoot straight, so it means the bullets go onto them. Hey. I have just got another canteen, which I'd like to fill up with fuel, but I'm going to have to defrost that as well. We're coming up to the big city. I'm expecting the frames in the big city to be absolutely fucking shocking, but I might just find somewhere a little bit behind the city to make a fire and defrost the canteen. I know it's a little bit overkill, but doing the bunker is quite hard and it's a bit time consuming. I still haven't got a head torch, so we're going to have to get lucky on a zombie with a head torch, otherwise I ain't going to get it done. That's annoying. We're going to have to try and work out something that... I'll just keep going to the peninsula and hope I see a military zombie wearing a head torch. Yeah, I don't know yet. I don't know how it means with streams. This week, effectively, I'm doing Monday to Friday. I need, like, my kids were here at the weekend, so every other weekend my kids are going to be here, and that's going to mean days off. So that won't change, right? Like, this is the... Coming up is Easter weekend, right? So it's Good Friday, Easter Saturday, Easter Sunday, and then Easter Monday. There's no way I'd be streaming 3 of those 4 days. So I'm going to be off Saturday. I'll be streaming Friday, Saturday, and Monday. So in theory, it means over the weekend I'll be streaming more than I would have done. You know, there's absolutely no way if I wasn't single that I'd be taking more than 1 day off over the Easter holidays for sure. So yeah, in that way, yeah. But whether it really notices or not, I don't really know. Like, I'm living on my own in a house that needs looking after, you know, like I've got a lot more things to do in my own life to like be an adult, you know, like there's not 2 people doing things now, there's just me. So like that time has to come from somewhere as well, you know. Right, so I've just got to defrost that canteen. Then fill it up with fuel and then fuck off. Am I a good cook? I'm alright, Gene Bands. Cooking for one is a bit kind of dull, really, but I'm not really... I'm not doing keto, but I am eating less carbs, so I'm having a lot of protein. I had chicken and a handful of olives for lunch. Now, I didn't cook this. I was really running late. I had to quickly nip to Sainsbury's to get some eggs and a few other things. So I got like a... They had like a rotisserie chicken that was reduced, so I just got that. So I just had some like cooked chicken that was already cooked. But mostly meals at the moment. Like yesterday I had for lunch, I had steak, mushrooms, grilled cherry tomatoes, and I had a couple of eggs scrambled with with the mushrooms and the tomatoes. But I'm not really doing like pasta dishes because I'm gluten free anyway. But I'm not really doing rice, potatoes, or pasta of any sort. I'm mostly having the protein with some veg. I'm feeling pretty good. There ain't a damn thing wrong with cooking for one. Defo, it doesn't matter what I say. Someone's going to disagree with it, right? But cooking for one is a bit dull, you know. Like, it's much more fun if you're making a meal and then you're going to sit at a table and talk to someone with it. It's a lot more fun than spending ages cooking a meal and then sitting and eating it like on your own. It's not the same to me anyway. But yeah, I'm cooking, but I'm mostly doing like a pork chop with some veg or a steak or whatever, you know, chicken. Thailand, or you know, you could just let people do whatever they want, you know, like what one person wants is different than what another person wants, you know. That's probably the best idea. Right, there we go. Madrid have got a penalty, have they? Blimey. Infamous. Dude, sorry, that was 12 minutes ago. I heard the alert and I didn't catch. Infamous, thank you very much for the gifted memberships, dude. That's incredibly kind. Cheers for the support, Infamous. Really, really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Ever since my surgery, I'm very sensitive to carbs, so I eat very similar to what you're doing. I really like it, Mugavi. I'm sure I'll get bored of it, but I'm kind of liking having... Like, I had quite a lot of chicken for lunch, but I quite like... If you have quite a lot of protein, like I ate about... What time was it? 2 o'clock? Like, that was 6.5 hours ago. I don't actually feel that hungry, you know? Like, if you eat quite a lot of protein for lunch, rather than... Like, if you have a sandwich with bread, like, with a bit of ham in it, you're not actually having very much protein in there, right? And I'm no fucking nutritionalist. This is not, like, fucking genius or anything, but if you eat a lot of protein for lunch, it keeps you way fuller for way longer than if you eat, like, a sandwich that's mostly bread. You can make a torch and leave it at the bunker and do it, sure. Maybe on an empty server, but on a full server I don't really fancy parading around with a torch, if I'm honest. I'm just warming up now, but it's taken ages actually. Carbs and fats are what your brain uses. Yeah, well that's why I'm like I ate the skin from the chicken earlier. I'm having fat. If I'm cooking stuff in a pan, there's normally olive oil in it, and sometimes there's a little bit of butter or whatever, but I'm not having the carbs. I'm having probably slightly more fat, though. Harry, how you doing? Yeah, dude, that was a good run. Cheers for coming in. I feel like my mic's redlining more than it normally does, but I don't know why. Anyway. Yeah, Harry, thanks for sharing, Darkwind, by the way. Yeah, Harry, that was a good run, dude. That was fun. Yeah, the pen's been overturned. VA Arsenal. I'm glad it's been overturned before anyone starts getting funny. Right. I'm going to just log out. We're going to go and get the fuel in a minute. I'm just going to log out. I've got to go make a cup of tea. I am fucking gasping. So I'm going to go and do it now. I'll be back in a sec. On my back. Ah, right. Right, how's it going? Fucking hell. I'm surprised the server's as full as it is, to be honest. It's felt quite quiet and it's night time, but it's really busy. Normally they dip a bit at night time, but it's still very busy. Change the pause music. No, I won't,
Thank
Eric.
you for everything you do. Hope everything is well during your transition. Keep on running.
My transition? No, let's not go there. Pyro, thank you very much for the support, dude. I don't know if you know something I don't. I know what you mean. Thank you. It's a very nice message. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Tapio, thank you for the follow. Still hear the fire next door. Ah, no need to be sorry, Pyro. Must have only just gone out. Maybe. No, the embers do burn for a while, don't they? Really struggling with my mouse cable. It's fucking me right off. I really shouldn't say that because now we're going to have half an hour of why I don't want a wireless mouse or a standing desk. What's new on Sakhal? They've added quite a number of different dynamic spawning things. So they've added dynamic spawning medical stuff to give you more medical loot. They've added helicopter crash sites. They've added dynamic military boats on the coast that can spawn reasonably good military loot. They've added civilian spawning fishing boats that can spawn more civilian gear on the ice sheets. They've added quite a lot of different things to try and make the game feel a bit more, make the map feel more alive. They've also obviously added new things to the game, 3 new scopes, and changed the weapon rays and changed lots of other things too. Lots of changes around the gunplay, some changes to damage and recoil on certain weapons and stuff. Maybe it's busy servers because of the Easter holidays. Dender, it would help. Experimental is usually busy the first couple of days. It really is. But yeah, being Easter holidays might help a little bit, yeah. Is there a new Mosin scope? Nope. They've added a 2x aim point type scope of some sort that goes on the Blaze, Tundra, Savannah and CR527 Sporter and so on. So they're actually going to make the hunting scope a little bit rarer. And although I found them like relatively easily on Sakhal, so the hunting the hunting scope is a little bit rarer. On top of that now, if you find a hunting scope and it's damaged, the glass is cracked. So if you have a damaged scope now, it is actually damaged. It doesn't work as if it's pristine. It is cracked and it does get in your way. So electrical repair kits are much more valuable than they were. They're meant to make the 2x scope more common in the early game, and then the 8x to 12x scope or whatever it is. The 12x hunting scope is going to be much harder to find in the earlier 8 stages, like say on Chernarus. And then the other 2 scopes they've added a new PSO scope that goes on the SVD and AK variants. It's 6 times scope, it's more zoomed in, so in theory it makes the SVD a bit more of a sniper rifle, but I saw one for the first time earlier. I ain't really a big fan. It looks horrible. It's a bit like the 6 times ACOG. I don't think it's good, except it doesn't have a red dot, so I really don't personally like it. But the one they've added that's the big one, the real big one, they've added an up to 10 times mil dot scope that goes on all of the M4 variant guns, which means it will fit on M4s, AUG X's, FALs, DMRs, SV98s, all of those, and also the AS FAL as well. But a 10 times scope, a 10 times proper scope, like that ranges, like zooms in and out, that can go on an SV98 and a DMR. Those two are the best guns in the game by miles. Why in the living hell did they spawn the boats off the coast? I guess because they want to make it a bit of a risk-reward thing, dude. You know, like if they spawned just there, it would be a bit easy. They're not far. They're always in between the ice sheets. You might have to take a slight dip, but that's part of it being a survival game, isn't it? You know, like, oh, there's a military boat there. Look, I'll get wet to get it, but I might get an M16. You know, like, that's the risk-reward of. That's why the helicopter crash sites are always in the middle of open fields, isn't it? You know, the same thing, you know. They could make them all in forests so that you can loot them safely, but then there would be no risk reward, would there, you know? Got to try and sort something out with this cable. There we go. I've been pinching the cable under the arm of my, the leg, whatever. The stand of my monitor. I've been pinching the cable under the stand of the monitor so that it's got just a little bit of flex in that short distance, like 6-8 inches away from the mouse. So I can move it around freely enough to aim and whatnot, but it just stops it dragging the whole length of the desk to the back. Hyper Pro, I'm still working all that out, dude. I haven't got there yet. You know, I'm doing the best I can. I'm having, at times when I'm streaming, I'm having to have something that you can just reheat in the microwave for now, because I'm still getting my feet under the table. I've got lots not done yet. I don't have a dining table. I can't eat at a table. In the downstairs, never mind the downstairs, in the whole house, I've got one chair, and it's the chair I'm sitting on to do this stream. You know, I've got no sofa. I've got no TV. I've got. Like, I'm still getting there. You know, things take time. But yeah, I'm not got a great deal of time for meal prep right now. I'm too busy at the moment. I've still got a few things left unpacked yet.
07.
I don't intend to change my stream schedule too much, to be honest. I think I've streamed so long at this sort of time. If I changed, it would actually cause quite a lot of upheaval. If I was going to change my schedule, I'd make it earlier, and I don't think that really works for me. So, and it would work for me. Like if I did like 9 till 5, you know, I could get up, I could have some breakfast, I could stream, and then I could have an evening. That'd be marvellous, right? But a lot of my viewers wouldn't be around, you know. Like I've streamed at the times I stream for so many years. I've kind of built my audience in the window that I stream, haven't I? You know, if you open a shop and you get good customers in your shop or a restaurant at certain times, you can't just suddenly start opening in the middle of the night and not open when you got the customers, can you? You know. Right, so I actually need to do the gamma. Really, I need to keep an eye out for a zombie with a head torch. I don't really want to use a flare or an improvised thing. I don't even want to know Coach Z, to be honest. Moved 10 years ago, still not 100% packed. Holy shit. You can if you're really good and people will change for you, which is your case. Jazzy, you're right to some extent, but you can't change this fact, right? If I start a stream at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it's 9 o'clock in Eastern America. if I start a stream at 9 a.m, it's 4 a.m. in Eastern America. You know, people are in bed. You know, people in America can't not be in bed at 4 a.m. just because I start streaming, can they? You know, like, yes, I'll get different viewers, but that's still a fact, right? Like, the time I stream and the time it changes to affects the ability of people to watch. What buttons do you use to walk and run? Just the standard buttons, PC buttons. The only thing I've changed really in the setup is leaning left and right. I've got that on the mouse, on my thumb buttons. And then ranging up and down on my thumb as well. And then push to talk for Discord if I'm using it. I could use that in a pinch. I could use that. I don't really want to. It would come with risks, but
Happy 88 months, Paul.
Full Nelson, interesting. Played a country song backwards and got everything back. There's a boat there, that could really help me. That's been left there by a player. The only problem with using a boat, it would get me down to more where the bunker is more quickly, but I don't have a head torch. So maybe I could just come up here and just see if I can get lucky on a head torch around here. I think my best bet is a zombie. I saw quite a few zombies yesterday with head torches. Oh, fuck. I don't have any food either. Full Nelson, yeah, thanks, dude. It still feels framey. It feels really framey at night time. It's weird. You have to take that because it's warmer. It'll be warmer if I get it fixed, which I should already have done. My gloves seem to have got damaged somehow as well, but if I fix this jacket, it's best insulation. Yeah, I hope everything goes well for you, Full Nelson, as well, dude. Rat, dude, thank you for the 88 months. That's very, very kind, man. Thank you. Bliat, thank you for the super chat. Vetansaurus, thank you very much for the 5 months. Journey, thank you very much for the sub. Eric, thank you as well. So you have to reload. I've fired 2 bullets. Anna just did a bunch of housework. Well, GG. At least you done it. You done did it. I watched the, no spoilers, there won't be any spoilers. I watched the last episode of Daredevil this morning. I managed to get that watched this morning. That was kind of cool. But I actually quite liked the finale episode. I thought this season has been a little bit slow, but it feels like they're doing the thing they always do. They're trying to do a...
Yo, what's cracking?
Tease it all out.
So you've moved, huh? Got a spare room. I've been reading a lot lately. Currently have this book about gravity. I just can't put it down. Love you, hi.
Oh, God. The old ones are not the best ones. OJ, dude, thank you very much for the support. Cheers for the super chat, man. Thank you. I think I might get in that boat and just use it to go further down. The only problem with doing that is it gives me less chance to find a head torch. Still think I should do it though. Lamp, you've lost me there, dude. There's a whole host of fuck knows what's going on there. Newcastle's form is unstoppable, is it? Okay. If they get in the Champions League, I'm sorry to tell you, they'll have the same problem that they had the year they were in the Champions League last. I like the way Newcastle are doing it. Obviously, I'm gutted that Liverpool didn't win the League Cup, but I was pleased for Newcastle that they won it. They were a cool club. I like them, right? But their fans deserve some success. It's been a long time coming, you know. There's no denying that, right? But once you're in the Champions League again, you're going to have the same troubles that you had last time, you know. Like, you're trying to adhere to the financial fair play rules, which you kind of have to, but you're doing it admirably. And that leads to problems, you know. You haven't got the depth of squad that Liverpool have got or Arsenal have got, you know, and it bears out, you know. Even Arsenal are struggling this year a bit because of injuries and stuff. And if you get a few unlucky ones, it can really hurt you. Liverpool did last season; they really struggled. It's actually yellow fuel. That's quite a lot of fuel. But yeah, I hope Newcastle get in the Champions League, and I think they'll do well. But once you're in the Champions League, and bear in mind the format's changed now, you're going to play more games. It will affect you. Like, I think Villa have struggled a bit more this season because of it. It happens every time. It's going to take you several times in the Champions League and several times building up the squad depth over years before it really becomes more adaptable. Same for all clubs. Have I watched Landman yet? I've never even heard of it. Never mind watched it. Oh, that game with Villa yesterday was so exciting. I was like, when how cool was that Rashford like going past the player and then pulling it back? That was really badass as well. But I only saw the second half. But after McGinn scored and then Rashford set up concert, I was really quite excited. You know, they had a few more minutes of like really being on top, and then it went a little bit quiet. You know, but they were so close. It was quite exciting second half, wasn't it? That was good. Yeah, okay, Landman, Billy Bob Thornton. Thing is, stuff like that gets brought up, Bowie. I just cannot remember everything when I finish the stream. I always forget shit, but where does Landman stream in the UK? I'll try and remember. Tell you something I forgot, right? Billy Bob Thornton is in Tombstone. He looks older in Tombstone than he does 10 years later as well. I completely forgot he was in Tombstone. This is how impressionable I am. I watched the Screen Junkies video on. They do like honest trailers where they review films, and they did one for Tombstone the other day. And so I watched the review, and then last night I watched the first hour of Tombstone, and I'll watch the second half maybe tonight. But I'd forgotten that Billy Bob Thornton is in it. For those that can't remember, he's the one that Wyatt Earp, Kurt Russell, shoos out of the bar. They go to Tombstone and he goes in the bar, and there's this like hoodlum that's running the game, and he's really brash, and he's always like shooting his mouth and shooting his gun, and he's scared all the customers away. And so Wyatt Earp, like, he's like slapping him in the face, going, "Smoke that," whatever he calls it, you know. And it doesn't even look like Billy Bob Thornton, and his face is like really puffy compared to how he looked later. I should think that's the Billy Bob Thornton that married Angelina Jolie as well. Skin that swope wagon and go to work. Yeah, that's it. Guys, I don't exactly know what you're talking about, but Boeing, where you've asked for wrong facts, let's just not go down that road, shall we? Like, whatever it is we're talking about there, we don't need to. If you want to talk about like the ins and outs of whatever, those kind of things, there are definitely forums to do it that are better than a DayZ chat. I thought he was talking about. Sorry, I to be honest, Boeing, it's all good. I was thinking we were talking about the dude that just got purged for saying his name began with L as well. I've already forgotten what Landman is, basically. What, Landman, that TV show we were just talking about, and not the guy that got a purge a minute ago? What? I am not, Tyler, no. I'm not looking, though. It was interesting. If you don't watch that channel, the YouTube channel is called Screen Junkies, but they do honest trailers, and they're hilarious. I really enjoy them. They just like they do like the kind of like Red Pepper type voice for the trailer, but they're doing their own spoof trailers on films, and they're very well written. And I actually left a comment on the last video of they just little one-liners at the end of the video. One or two of them had me absolutely rolling. It is sad about Val Kilmer, yeah, it is. I think that's partly why they did Tombstone. They were quite kind to Val Kilmer, and rightly so, you know. Do I know some German streamers? I do, yeah. I play with Doc Dreist from time to time, who's German. I know there are others, but he's the one that's from Germany that I play with more often than not. I don't even know who Tyler Sheridan is. Taylor Sheridan, I don't know who that is either. How's the new patch? Yeah, pretty good, dude. I'm liking a lot of the changes. I am getting a shitload of FPS drops when the sun's coming up and when the sun's coming down, though. It's very, very weird. But anyway, that's not a problem right now. Sheridan wrote Yellowstone and Landman. Greg, dude, thank you for the membership. Cheers, Greg. Thank you. Boeing, thank you for gifting Physio the sub. Thank you, dude. Real Satan, thank you for the 5 months. Matt Mahoney, hey, bud. Hope all is well. How's it going? Not too bad, dude. Thank you. Doing all right. Squirrel War, thank you for the Prime. Cheers for the support as well. Yatesy, about a year too late the way they're going. 4K on Twitch, about a year too late. I've not seen The Doors, Gippy. That's actually something I need to watch. I've never seen it. As in the film with Val Kilmer. I never really fancied it. I don't know why. I never watched it, but I ought to watch it because I quite like films based on musicians. Anyway, just even the silly ones like that one about Elton John with Edgerton and Even like Bohemian Rhapsody and stuff like that. I don't mind films like that. Like I very much like the Johnny Cash one, Walk the Line. That was really good, right? But films like that can be quite good. You normally get to see them before they were famous, and then the journey to how they became famous. You know, I like the sort of working class boy done good sort of story in a way, or working class whatever done good. Sheridan was in Sons of Anarchy. I've never seen that either. I couldn't buy Charlie Man. I couldn't buy him as a biker. It just didn't work. I didn't give it enough of a shot, but that just the land there or what? Just that bit there, that where the land is by eye, it looked a bit like there was a boat there. How accurate is Green Street hooligans? Nobody I know lived like that. It's trying to reflect a period of time, but in reality, it was not many people. Hooliganism was a problem, and violence in football, or in football supporters, and racism in football supporters, and all sorts of other things, is still a problem, but it's nowhere near as big of a problem now as it was, right? In the 80s and early 90s, it was more of a problem for sure. But yeah, it certainly isn't very realistic that Frodo would be a hooligan. That much is true. Little Frodo would come and start duffing people up. That's not. It's much more likely to have been the big guys that look a bit like cavemen with beer bellies. I really like some of the lines in, like, I think it's Football Factory particularly, but some of the lines, some of the dialogue is actually kind of cool. I don't like those films very much, but yeah, quite a few people saying they like the film The Doors. Exhib on YouTube. First time watching The Doors made me discover and get obsessed with Morrison, only to re-watch it and realise how cheesy and deceitful it was, but still great interpretation by Val. Interesting. And then Paradigm on Twitch. I really like the film The Doors, but now I always think Val Kilmer looks more like Jim Morrison than Jim Morrison did. Have you watched the first episode of Last of Us? No, I haven't. Don't, it's terrible. Devers, other people seem to disagree. The sequel to Football Factory, Marching Powder, looks quite funny. I think it's going to be really B-movie shit though, isn't it? I like Danny Dyer. I quite like Danny Dyer. I don't think he's a particularly good actor. I don't think he's terrible. Like, even in EastEnders, he wasn't bad. But Marching Powder looks like a bag of shit. I'd love to be wrong. What the football hooligan film? I've only ever seen it once, but Cass is a decent film that's more football hooligan orientated. I quite like that one. That's a pretty good one. TRMZ, why can't I quit you? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It's a bit like drinking coffee. It might leave a bit of a bad taste in your mouth, but you'll come back wanting more tomorrow. I really need to get a zombie with a head torch. I might just go and have a quick look over here. Is that a boat as well? Now that they've added these dynamic spawning boats, I keep thinking I'm seeing fucking boats everywhere. That looks like a boat, doesn't it? That is a boat. What's the biggest gameplay changes in the patch? Exclamation patch, dude. Sorry. It's the second day. I could literally answer that question 2,000 times if I did. So you'll have to look in the patch notes, dude. It's mainly around gunplay, new scopes, all sorts of cool things, to be honest. It's good. These are new as well. So this is a dynamic event on Sakhal. You can't drive it, but you sure can loot it. Been looted. So it doesn't spawn burlap sack. Sorry, it doesn't spawn bags like that. Well, it might do, but I seriously doubt it. So someone's looted it, I think. Let's have a quick look, see if there's any zombie with a head torch. I don't see one. So that's a boat crash, yeah, that's what they look like. But they can spawn things like M16s and mags and bullets. But that one has definitely been looted. There is a Sega on it, there's a Vega shotgun, but I'm pretty sure it's been looted. There will have been like a military bag on there, because the bag that was on it was an improvised bag that had sticks placed on it. That won't spawn there. Does Sakhal have any objectives? Yes. If you watch my last YouTube video on Sakhal, it shows me doing the underground bunker and how it works, and then it shows me trying to do the key card, the key and container quest afterwards. So the two main quest lines on Sakhal are both in my last YouTube video, so you could watch it in the guise of a story. Bunky, I'm going to have to do the bunker alone because I'm nearly there, you know, so yeah. There'll be no finding a friend, unfortunately. Austin, cheers for tuning in. We really shook the pillars of heaven, didn't we? Well, thank you very much for that, Jack. It's like I always say. Am I a fan of stand-up comedy? If it's good, yeah, absolutely. I've seen quite a few stand-up comedians over the years. I've seen Jimmy Carr. I've seen Sean Locke do the Purple Van Man tour years ago. Bless him. R.I.P. Sean Locke. I've seen Sean Locke. I've seen I've seen lots. Jimmy Carr, Russell Brand, partly for his sins or not. Michael McIntyre, but not by choice. I've seen that little cheeky chappie that does the BBC show. I've seen Frank Skinner, Stuart Lee, Dave Gorman, Ricky Gervais. Who's the name of the little dude that used to do the BBC? Russell Howard. I've seen him. Russell Howard's Good News. I've seen him stand up. I've seen Peter Kay as well. I saw him at the O2 like 10 or 15 years ago. I'm trying to get myself so I'm kind of level with the bunker. but I've no idea how much further to go, really. A little bit more, I think. My favourites are some of the more off the beaten track ones, though. Like I liked, my favourite is Stuart Lee. I think Stuart Lee's hilarious. He's a very acquired taste, and he's not for everyone. But Stuart Lee was my favourite, I think. I really liked Dave Gorman as well. Like the show he does, that show he does. You know, like Modern Life is Goodish. It's an okay show, but I found, if you're going to see a comedian, if they're on for 90 minutes to 2 hours, sometimes they're just constant, like, machine gunning of jokes like you get from Jimmy Carr. Like, if you do 90 minutes of watching Jimmy Carr, you are absolutely fucked, you know. Like, it's just like being fired at by a Gatling gun, like one-liner after one-liner. You might laugh, but at some point you're like, fuck me, can you tell a slightly longer story? I don't know if I can take much more, you know, like... whereas some of the others, like Dave Gorman or Stuart Lee, that are more interweaving things and maybe involving the audience, or and there's little periods where it's interesting or quirky and funny or whatever, you know, I quite like those.
Yo, next kill for me. Hi buddy, hope everything is well, nice to be back.
I've not watched Last One Laughing yet. No, I wouldn't mind watching it on Amazon. I don't think Stuart Lee was in Brassey. No, he was in. He was in a bit of a comedy pairing with Richard Herring for a while. Lee and Herring, something or other, show he did. But he's mostly been on his own for a long time, and he is really acquired taste. He's not. He's not your mainstream comedian, let's say. I do like him a lot. I need to put the sound back up, but I'd really like to get off the beach before I do that. Quick question, DDR4 Corsair Vengeance Pro RAM decent? I have no fucking clue, dude. I think it probably depends more on what speed it is, Royton. If it'll have a number with it, that's probably the bit that matters. Some of the chat in here will be able to give you an answer, but it's probably how quick it is that matters. Like how high the number is, you know. Which is the speed, isn't it? It's RPM. Have you seen much of Paul Smith? No, I haven't, Jay. But when I went to the YouTube thing, you know, you may or may not know this, but I got to go to the Liverpool... this is a weird link, but yeah, I've never met Paul Smith, but I've met the guy that owns the club that he performs in. So the guy that owns the club runs the YouTube channel where Paul Smith is regularly on. They have like YouTube shorts and YouTube videos and Instagram and TikTok and all sorts, right? So when I went to, I got to go to Anfield on some YouTube meetup thing, and it's kind of cool actually. Funny enough, I was going through my wardrobe and I hung up my, I got a Liverpool home kit with TheRunningManZ on the back, done in a really nice way actually. But anyway, yeah, I met the owner of the club that he performs at, and he was talking about Paul Smith a little bit and how it all worked and so on. You know, it's quite interesting. Kind of cool dude actually. He had a Rolex Daytona on an Oysterflex strap on, so he liked watches. And he came with his mum. He had his mum with him. Like his mum was not young, you know, and he took his mum to this YouTube thing because they were both from Liverpool and they both would have wanted to see it, you know. What happened to the Deer Isle quest? Tune in soon on YouTube to find out. It will turn into a video. Here's a spoiler. I didn't complete the quest. Hi 6581 dude, good evening. Thank you very much for the resub. Cheers for the 51 monthening, dude. Thank you. Right, this is the bunker we're coming up to now. I still don't have a zombie with a head torch, so it looks like we're going to have to use the... this is going to be really bad. It could go really badly wrong, but I'm going to use the flare and hope I can get away with doing it. I'm going to turn the camera off. I am going to have a quick scout around for a zombie with a head torch on, I think. I saw quite a few zombies with head torches yesterday, but there won't be one today because I need one. I could check a few lighted industrial sheds like the one up ahead. I might not need it for very long because if I get into the bunker and check a room or two, there'll probably be NVGs in there and I've got an NVG head strap. I don't have the space for any more bullets, but thank you for offering. Alright, I do have the space for more bullets, I lied. I definitely said NVGs. You just heard me wrong, so fuck off. NVGs, whatever. Yeah, you can get NVGs in the bunker, yeah. There's normally NVGs, yeah. There's normally NVGs, there's normally an SVD, there's normally a SV98, there's very often an AKM, there's normally a few boxes of, like ammo boxes full of bullets and stuff. There's normally quite a lot of stuff to choose from. But what I'm really hoping is that we can get, like I say, we can get NVGs in there fairly quickly, because otherwise we could be shit out of luck. It's, again, it's framey. I'm almost getting to the point where I should turn the graphics down when it's dawn or dusk, because the difference it makes to the frames in the game. Mighty Vision goggles, yeah. Test your might. For some reason there are no Sakhal experimental servers on console. It's probably cost. It might be cost versus benefit maybe. Maybe they don't know if there'll be enough players to fill it. I don't know. I really don't know. But it's a shame there isn't. Because there are some quite nice changes to Sakhal, I suppose, but... Is it the shadow quality? I don't know, but it's... shadow detail. Try putting it down to medium. I doubt it'll make any difference. You might be right though, it makes sense because the sun's lower, it will change the shadows. Oh my fucking hell. You come all this way. Like, I went all the way back to the mountain to get a glow plug. And it's got a glow plug in it already. I'm dying of hunger now and I don't have food. Still got to do the bunker, dying of hunger or otherwise. I'm still going to do it. It's going to take me like 15 minutes or so, so it's not ideal, but I'm just going to do it and then I'll fish afterwards or I'll be dead. Bet you're so jealous of that generator getting to drink all that gas. I can drink all the gas I want, thank you very much. Don't worry, there'll be wolf fat in a second. Yeah, wolves always do show up when you're doing the bunker, that's true. There's a dude moving there. I thought for a second it was a player. It's a zombie. Fucking hell. How good is that zombie's ears? Actually really can't afford to be taking hits like that. If in doubt, fire the bullets. Actually could do with some SKS rounds. Obviously have to take that. The new SVD.
Just tuning into what looks like a successful run. Keep on running.
Can't stand the trash cans, so I am going to drop the SKS. There is another mag on the ground, but I'm not going to worry about that just yet. Right, I think that's it. I don't think I could do much more. I'm not going to find any food in it. I am a little bit worried about food. I should have fished while I was still near the edge. I guess I could do it in parts. Well, I can't do it in parts. If I don't get NVGs, I have to do it now. So I'm going to use the SVD with no scope for now, keep the Tundra, but there was, back at the airfield, there was the new 6x scope for the SVD. Now I wish I had it. It did look shit, but I'd still use it over the Tundra for now, just because, well, why not, you know? Can put battery in the red dot. I don't like the red dot that the SVD takes, unfortunately. Like the drop the canteens. I could certainly drop a couple, couldn't I? Keep one. I don't even need to keep that one, but yeah, I'll drop a couple. Mostly, I'm just trying to focus on getting the loot into the tunnel. There's a heli site over there. Can't check it now. I wish I'd seen that before. Bet he had a fucking cat attack back on him. Fucker. It's kind of good that it's pristine as well. Pristine and 2 good mags is actually really quite lucky. Billy Bullets, dude, just tuning in to what looks like a successful run. Yeah, we're doing okay. I am a little bit worried about food, but I've got a jig and I've got rope, so I can go to the beach and fish if I need to. It's not the safest place to do it, but I'm struggling a little bit for food. And even if I found a can attack back, it'd be frozen, so I'm not going to be able to eat for like 20 minutes. I think by the time I'm eating, I'm going to be yellow health or worse, which is a gamble. I've sort of sped up the health loss by being hit by zombies 4 or 5 times as well, which is not perfect. I may end up going back to the bunker and turning the generator off after I've done half of it. I can see that happening. Because I'm going to end up too low health. This might be the last room for now, and then I'll go and turn the bunker off, take the sparkler, whatever, you know, the glow plug. I can't do that because of the fucking road flare. I keep forgetting. I need to have this road flare in order to do this. I'm kind of hoping we'll get NVGs, but we're not getting any luck. Aha. Beacon, you shall succeed in finding. Holy shit, that was bright. They've changed the NVGs, haven't they? That's different. The NVGs look different. You actually could get out because we're on an official server. It's got the personal nightlight, so you could actually get out. The footsteps we heard were a zombie, so I'm not particularly worried about that. Sorry, drumming. Yeah, they can get cracked. I did see that, but I've got an electrical repair kit, which is useful. But so if you find a pair of NVGs that are damaged or badly damaged, they can be cracked then. So what's the score in the football now? Is it still 0-0? The game must be nearly over, is it? So Arsenal are doing okay, are they? It's 1-1, is it? Okay. So Madrid still need to score 3 just to bring it back level. What about the Bayern Inter Milan game? Who's going through at the moment? I'm guessing Inter, but I'm hoping Bayern. Inter are 2-1 up. I've got to get some food. I've got to go and fish. It sucks, but I've got to do it. So I've dropped the glow plug because I've got my own. I just leave it somewhere in the grass and then we'll... the glow plug I've got can't get ruined because it's in a pouch, so I don't need to carry 2. Man, this is fucking open. Holy shit, do I not like this? Do I not like this? I'm going to go over to those rocks there. A bit of cover from one side is better than cover from no side. And I do think that more people are likely to come from this way as well, so... It's probably not going to give me any cover by the look of it, because I'm going to have to get closer to the sea than that, but we'll see. Let's just check above the rocks once I've got my fishing rod in my hand. It's not really giving me a great deal of cover, but I've got to do it. Senges, thank you very much for the super chat. Thanks for your content. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Rekka Helios, thank you very much. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Come on. Oh, hurry up. Fuck me dead. I kind of need to catch 2 fish, really, not 1. God, it must be one of those land fish. I'd like a steelhead, to be honest. Not that I'm greedy or anything. What's the best food you can eat in DayZ? The best canned food is tackback. The best meat you can eat per individual slot now, well, always, is mackerel. Mackerel is the best per slot because it takes 3 slots. Bear is the best of the animal meat, but that now makes you sick. So the best of the animal meat would be cow. Some of the lower grade meat, like hare and chicken and fox, actually doesn't give you a great deal of energy. Oh, come on, I'm dying of cold now as well. Alright, we're going to have to go with those for now. I don't want to fuck about waiting anymore. I'm going to take a risk and cook it in the fireplace at the edge of that barrack, because I need to eat fairly quick. I need to get it cooked. Oh fuck me. Oh, fuck off. I ain't got time for this shit. I need to eat, man. Fuck's sake. Yeah, I've died waiting for food to cook down, Sir Fred. I think most people have at some point, definitely. This dropping things is really getting on my fucking nerves. My God. It's so annoying. No, let's get this right. Fuck me. So I'm just lighting the fire early because that can, when it defrosts, it will be drinkable straight away. I won't have to wait for it to cool down. So that can of drink will give me the earliest calories ahead of everything else. It'll give me calories before a cooked fish will, because when the fish is cooked, it's then going to be too hot to eat for like 2 minutes or so. Whereas that, I can just take it off when it's just chilled out and then I'll be able to eat it. There's no smoker on this, so I can only cook one at a time. Holding G isn't a mod. You can hold G to drop things. I actually find holding G a little bit fucky at times. You know, the amount of times I've tried to hold G to drop something and then ended up in the jump stance. Sorry, into the throwing stance, because sometimes I hold G, but occasionally when you hold G, you fuck it up. And when you fuck up holding G, you're then stuck in a throwing a grenade or throwing your rifle stance while zombies twat you unconscious, you know. So when you're in a thing, all it is, it's very simple. I'm just going to have to get used to dragging and dropping to a particular point, rather than doing it like I normally do. Fucking hell, that was cooked already. I didn't think it cooked that quick. Fucking hell.
Does Control plus left click on the item in your inventory not work?
Yeah, it does, yeah. I've spent 10 years going like that. It's going to take me more than a day to get used to not doing it, guys. That's all it is. That's it. I do left control and left click. But when I'm trying to do something quickly, like if you're moving, I've always found it much easier to just go like that than start fumbling around for left control whilst you're also using WASD, you know. So apologies, dude, but obviously we're talking about this a lot, you know. I've always dragged. If I wanted to get something off quick, I've always just done that and found it the most user-friendly way for me. There are other ways to do it, but I played the game so long doing it this way, you know. I don't really fully understand why they've changed it, but it may be to do with desync. They may be trying to fix some of the hand state bugs or something like that maybe, which is good if that's what it is, but you'd think they have their reasons. If it's purely to try and make it more realistic or something, then having to drop it in this square rather than... I don't know, it's not that big of a deal. I presume it's maybe one of the many bugs that leads towards hand state, but I've had hand state bugs in this particular version of experimental, so it hasn't fixed it. You can't drag anymore. You can, but it's different. So you used to be able to just drag off the screen, off the menu, like you drag anywhere. Now you have to drag into the vicinity. So you see there, that's full. So you have to find a gap. You either have to find a gap there, or you have to come up to this grey box to drop it. You can't. It has to go inside this square rectangle. But when you're looting a body and you want to drop something, you might just have done that and then go to pick the next thing up and whatever. But now you've got to be more on the ball than that. Mark, control and left click allows you to drop something. I did it off the fire there, but if you want to drop something out of your inventory and put it on the floor quickly, if you hold control and then left mouse button, it drops it to vicinity. You can also double click it to bring it back, double mouse click. Right. Oh, we actually ought to stay for a bit more of the fire, to be fair. I think it was the right choice to come away and do this. This was the right choice. We've looted 2. I basically looted until I got the NVGs, and now I can take a bit more time because I can see in the dark inside, you know. While I was using the flare, I had to keep doing it until I found NVGs, otherwise I was fucked for looting the containers at the underground anymore. Do you need the other 2? Porky, I kind of want to see if there's there might be one of the new scopes in there, right? There might be a scope for this in there. The whole point of going to the bunker was to try and get maybe the 10 times scope on the SV98 or something like that, you know. So yeah, there is a point to going in there. I'd ideally like to try and get the SV98 with the 10 times scope or similar. I better wait till we get the second plus. I'm not got that great. My clothes aren't actually that great. So I can't get the third plus because my trousers aren't high insulation or better. Admiral, dude, exclamation patch. It's mostly around guns and scopes and stuff, but I've been playing the patch for like 11 hours in total since yesterday. If I can't just... yeah, check. It's just above you. Someone's already done it. Click that and it gives you a full rundown. But it's a really, really good patch. But I'd literally repeat it all the time. I'm repeating this all the time, to be fair, but it's quicker. No secondary. This is my secondary. Iron-sighted SVD. So I had an SKS, right? An iron-sighted SKS. So I'm basically switched it to an iron-sighted SVD. Because it works like it and it's more powerful. G-Force, I've only looted 2 of the 4 bunkers. I had to come and get food, but there's 4 underground like rooms in there. I've only done 2 of the 4. Mo Salah signing for Newcastle next season. Of course he is, Fish. Oh, you guys get... I don't know if I get excited because you beat Crystal Palace. Palace have been doing really well, to be fair, but... I think I heard on the radio the other day that from the turn of the year, in the form table from like January the 1st, Palace would be 3rd in the table if they had that form the whole season, you know, like, I know that's a silly thing to say, but it does show what their form is. They started really badly and then they've been crazy good since. There is no keycard for this Bray. There's no keycard on Sakhal. There are keys for containers, but you don't need a keycard for what I'm doing. Rice has had Bellingham in his pocket all night. It's interesting, isn't it? Like I think a few of them, when he scored those free kicks, like Bellingham and Mbappe, were both kind of like, fucking hell. They both seemed pretty impressed. Those free kicks were amazing. Like, to get those 2 in the same game, holy shit. Oh yeah, well it's sorry, you confused me, Bray, because you said key cards. It's just keys, right? So I'm not being pedantic. If I think key card, I'm thinking some kind of quest like on Chernerus with a key card and a thing. On this, there are locked containers and you can get a blue key or a yellow key, but I'm doing the underground bunker that doesn't need keys. I've not gone anywhere near the ship that spawns the keys yet. Alex, what he means, but when he says Declan Rice has had Jude Bellingham in his pocket, what he's saying is that, like, Declan Rice has been man marking him and defending him out of the game. So, like, he's basically, like, Jude Bellingham is Real Madrid's attacking midfielder and he's one of their best players. They spent more than 100 million on him, not this summer just gone, but the summer before. And he is one of the up and coming young players in the world. But Declan Rice has been marking him out of the game so he can't be effective. So effectively he's kept him in his pocket. That's just all it means. Yeah, there's a heli crash. Yep. We might go and try that after we've done this. Heli crashes are camped by bears in this patch with Mosins and they can snipe you. Blimey, Daniel. Bears with Mosins. Sounds legit. Fucking hell, this is a busy one. Think we could find a few more Mosin rounds. That calm bear. We don't need that. They must have been listening. We found more Mosin rounds, or in this case SVD rounds. Holy fuck. I brought the... I didn't even bring the drum mag out. Let's do that. I was leaving SKS rounds inside in the other one. I should have been... I did... Oh no, I think I brought most of them out. Right, we've got one more to go. So I've got the drum mag out. I might go for the AKM, but I don't know. I need a scope for the SVD, otherwise I can't realistically do it. Yeah, I don't really like the drum mag either. It's really likely to get shot. If you're in a fight head on with a player, the drum mag gets shot ruined so easily. It's a really risky proposition. Because it's so big, it's great. It gives you a little bit of a shield, but it obviously jams your gun. Oh yeah. Why not take... I should have put the silencer on the SVD, but it's out. I'm going back, aren't I? So it's not a big deal. To be honest, I'm not really giving a great deal of thought to what I'm doing. I'm just shipping all the loot into the corridor so I can run back and do the fourth room, right? Like, there's only a finite amount of fuel in the generator, so I need to do the last room, and then I can take my time afterwards, and if it runs out of fuel, the door closes. It doesn't matter. I didn't see a PSO, Porky, no. Daniel, you do bump into players around here a lot. I've got quite lucky, though. It's the peninsula's pretty big, and for whatever reason, you're like... It's sort of 50-50. Like, this server is busy. It was almost full at night, so it'll be full now, for sure. It's full. But it might be full of people that are partially... Like, the experimental only started yesterday. Not everyone's going to be geared. A lot of people are going to be new spawns and struggling. Maybe the higher tier areas are a little quieter, perhaps. I don't know. So it's Inter versus Barcelona and likely Arsenal against PSG. They're good games, aren't they? I'm sorry to say it, but I really think it'll be a PSG-Barcelona final. But I will be rooting for Arsenal. I want Arsenal to get to the final. But I think it'll be PSG-Barcelona. The drum mag is good for a single player game against quads. Robert, I just don't think it is. I think you're much better off with a few 30 rounders. They're just so prone to getting ruined, dude. It doesn't matter whether you're up against one player or three. If somebody shoots you in the arm, you only get shot in the arm. But if they shoot you in the drum mag, you're dead. You know, like it's so what if you're standing face to face from someone 5 meters away, the chances of that massive mag getting ruined are really high. And it's worse to have your mag ruined than it is to take a shot to your plate carrier, right? Like, it might block the bullet from hitting you, but if your gun jams and you're shooting at someone, they just kill you, you know? Arsenal have scored, have they? So they're 2-1 up. Very cool. I think it does show that Arteta was right to drop players for Brentford to rest them for this, you know, like as much as Liverpool weren't great at the weekend, they still won, and there's not enough games left for Arsenal to catch them. They can mathematically, but they're not going to, are they? You know, like it's a really cool thing. If they get dumped out in the semis, that will suck, but Arsenal in the semis of the Champions League's a cool thing, you know. Never really thought about it when running the drum mag. It's just so likely. Some mags, the 60 round mag for the M4 is much more likely to get jammed as well. Like a 30 round or a 40 round mag for the M4, it's very narrow when you're heading onto a player, right? The drum mag and the 60 rounder are just much wider. Muller did not have much success, not sex, with the AKM. Warm gun, warm mag, 6 bullets and it jammed. Yeah, that sucks. Fucking hell, it's 10 o'clock. Oh, what am I even bothering for? I don't need 3 bullets. That's pristine. That pristine drum mag is... I'm struggling to not think about taking that AKM now. I'm not going to take both drum mags, I'm only going to take one. But there was a better condition, there it is. There's a better condition 30 rounder as well, so I can have... I can fix the drum mag. Sorry, I can fix the gun. Oh no, I don't need to. I've got to take that AKM. I've got to take it. I think I'm going to be triple gunning for a little while though. There's a 6x scope back at that at the airfield. We've only been to the airfield 3 times. We could probably go back one more time. So I could keep the Tundra for now, and then I could run back, get that 6x scope if it's still there. It might be gone, but I could go back, get the 6x scope, and then, or maybe we could go on to the boat. But whichever. Don't need to do any fixing, do I? Let's maybe I should just go and try and do the bunker quest. Yeah, I can see you're talking Bonsai about Sour. He has a friend that edits some of his footage. So Sour Sweet 2 has been releasing videos. So he has got some videos coming out on his second channel. But He hasn't streamed for a little while. This is the bunker quest. Sorry, the container quest is what I meant. We could get the boat and then go and try and do the container quest is what I was meaning.
Started watching when all the real life stuff was going on. Really enjoying the long streams. TRMZ love.
Cheers for the support, dude. There will be some more. To be honest, I'm surprised. I know I've only been on 5 hours today, effectively, but I'm surprised I'm still on at 10 p.m. I haven't had any dinner. I ate at 2 p.m. I had lunch at 2 p.m. and it's 10 p.m. and I haven't eaten. You know, I should be getting hangry by now, and I'm feeling all right. Topper, yeah, the second channel isn't him editing though. It's his mate, I believe. I don't think it's him. I hope he's okay though. I need to drop him a message really, but he's not streamed for a while, so he must have shit going on, you know. But I hope he's all right. But I haven't done. But to be quite honest, I've had shit going on. I've had fucking crazy shit going on, so I've not really been very good at keeping on top of stuff like that because I'm kind of in a similar boat, I guess. Well, I don't know what boat he's in, but I've got a lot of shit going on, is what I mean, you know? My word. I've got so much stuff, I don't know how to carry it all. Thought you guys chat IRL like a WhatsApp group. We don't, Alva. I message people on Twitter DM from time to time, like different things and whatnot, but we're not in a WhatsApp group. There may be a WhatsApp group. But I'm not in any WhatsApp groups. It doesn't mean there isn't one, but I'm not in one. I think probably... I can't say I speak for most creators, but I think most creators, even though I'm saying I'm not speaking for most, tend to shy away from joining extra groups and extra things because there's always people wanting to ask you questions as it is, and that's fine, it's part of streaming. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but you tend to find you need to try and find ways to stay off your phone, not give you reasons to be on it. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's always somebody sending you a Discord DM or a Twitter DM or tweeting you or sending you an email or like there's so much communication that you're not really geared up to deal with as it is.
How are you, Paul?
Taking more on is not so easy, you know. Surprised you don't want the SV98 to mount the new scope on. I just can't carry everything. I've got the SVD to mount the new scope on instead, haven't I? You know, they've got a scope. I don't really like it, but I'd still like to use it. Why not use the SV98? Because I haven't got the new scope. That's why not. I could put the ACOG on it, but... It's also 7 kilos. I was just trying to talk myself into swapping the Tundra for it, but I don't want to do it. I think it got stuck in there, did it? That's cool. Can you put the hunting scope on it? No, you can't. The SV98 can't take a hunting scope, but in this patch they've added a new 10 times scope with mil dots. So there is a long-range military scope that spawns that you can put on the SV98, the DMR, the FAL, the M4, Orgay X, and so on. Porky, yeah, 7 kilos rather than 4, is it? 7 kilos rather than 4 because you like the reload sound. I like the reload sound of the SV. It is good. I think we'll just stick with what we've got though. I'm going to go back to the boat. I've half a mind to try and take the boat back to the airfield. I don't know. That's going to be a ball ache. But there was a 6 times scope there. I think we're just going to go to the boat down south. We'll probably end up with some action if we go to the boat. But I'm going to take what we've got. This, when you're doing this, by the way, solo, it's took me a while to actually be sensible. This is a much better way to enter this room, right? So you can enter this room without any gun rays. You can cover any angle where somebody might be. And then you can clear it. It's a hard building to clear. I'm never going to wear those, so we're just going to do that. It's a hard building to clear. I may wear them if I got the better helmet, but if you try to clear it from the other one, you are fucked if there's somebody in here, because if there's somebody there and you're trying to come around here, it's really hard. I guess you can step back if you remember, but it's just much harder, and you're going to get gun rays on this thing. The gun rays is so much better in this patch, though. That's one thing for sure. But yeah, anyway, that building, I've died actually. It's that kind of death that helps you remember, or maybe makes you think about what you're doing a bit more. But I've died coming through that door, and the gun rays did for me, and there was a dude at the end of the corridor there. Like, if you do the other door, it's much easier. I suppose we could just... I think we'll get outside the wall. So my boat is over that way somewhere. You can scum, yeah, that's what I was just saying when I said the weapon raise is much better now. It is really much better. There's 2 stages to it now, so if your gun's just starting to raise, it doesn't go as high, it's not as abrupt, it's so much better. That's where we need to go next, but I'm going to run over and get my boat, which is some ways this way. Yeah, people do leave. People leave glow plugs in. Like, if people have done all 4 bunkers, they've done all 4 rooms. I think a lot of people just go with the loot and don't bother going back to turn the generator off. So the generator runs until it runs out of fuel, but the glow plug is still in it. That's what happened to me just now. I found the plug myself. I found it twice, although I died yesterday. But I went back and found the glow plug and came down here, and there was a glow plug in it anyway. I haven't seen anyone fishing along here for a little while. Like I've obviously had to fish here because I was starving, and it is quite common that you'll, if you're running the peninsula, you'll often see a group or at least one, like maybe two, fishing or cooking along the coast. Because there's not much food to be found, you're going to end up fishing more often than not. It's a really, really common thing. Yeah, it's quite exciting. Quite exciting Champions League semis. I really hope Arsenal make it to the final, but I know PSG kind of flustered a little bit yesterday against Villa second half, but I was really impressed with Villa against with PSG against Liverpool, and PSG against Aston Villa in the first game. Likewise, they look really good to me. The way their team is, and if their better players play. If Dembele's on form and that Kvaratskhelia or whatever his name is, he is insanely good. You know, if those players play well, you can say that about any team, but they are good. They have a strong side. Pino, thank you for the raid, appreciate it. Massacres and Boom, that just happened. Thank you for the resubs, both of you. Churn Tank, Damascus, thank you for the resub and the super chat. Rekka and Helios, thank you too. I don't think it's too much further to where I left the boat, is it? I think it's not that much further this way. I was past that Quonset hut, but not by very much. Yeah, Pino, dude, thanks for the raid. Yeah, I hope you had a good stream. Why Arsenal? What is your reason for Arsenal to win the Champions League? Well, unlike most rivals, if I'm...
what could I do without my TRMZ love emote?
If
also, hello, my favorite people. You know who you are.
Huxka, dude, thanks for coming in. Hope you're good. Like, if Liverpool are not in the Champions League, I'd rather root for one of the other English clubs. I just would. I'd rather an English club won it than a French club or an Italian club or whatever. Like, why not? You know, I don't really care. I might feel differently about Man City and Man United to some extent, maybe. But when United were in that final against Bayern and they were 1-0 down and came back and won 2-1, I was excited. I wasn't like pissed off that they won it. You know, like I'd just rather an English club win it than not. You know, why not? Where did I leave my boat? I think it must have been a bit further. I don't really know. Tabscus. Did they specify anything about it? Well, they've changed the code to try to help with high ping. Basically, is what they've said. But they've moved over some more code from the vehicles from Armour Reforger, according to Wobo. So that's basically what they've done. They've oh, there's my boat. They've brought the code over from Armour Reforger for the vehicles. Yeah, Dems, GG, what a great result. Tizzy, you got 4 of you, holy shit. Try to take a break if you've got them close together, right? How come the fish don't have heavy metals? Because it's meant to be from a volcanic eruption, right? So I think if a fish had heavy metal poisoning, they'd be dead. But I think the idea is that the volcanic dust is in the snow, but it's not completely corrupted the water, I guess. I don't know. I wouldn't worry about it too much, though. Not worth losing too much sleep over, I should think. Deviated, dude, hope you're good. Thank you for coming back in. Last time I watched football, John Barnes was at Liverpool. Holy shit, that's going back some. Huxka, Deviated, Pino, thank you very much for the support in different ways. Boom, that just happened, thank you again. Tarova, yeah, there was actually a heli crash back behind us. I didn't go to check, but yeah, we've seen a few heli sites, yeah. I've only looted one. I found an M16 at it. Of course it is, Celia. Celival, sorry. It's all about balancing the survival, isn't it? Yeah. Have I got spare fuel? No, but it's yellow, which is actually quite good. And I haven't got time to do the whole container quest today anyway, I just can't, so we're not going to have this boat for that long. It's already 20 past 10 PM. I've not eaten anything for 8 hours and a bit. I've got to go and get some food at some point, so I'm really enjoying the run though, so I don't really want to stop immediately. It's been good, but I think we're going to have to carry it on tomorrow. Just got here. What's the motive? Just playing the game, dude. We're going to the place where the keys spawn, and it's quite a bottleneck for PvP where we're going to on this boat. I think I need to go around the ice. I've got to go around that little island on the right. Tyler, yeah, it is. I actually suggested Finn start editing when he can yesterday's run, so I'm hoping that like today's run could add to it. It might end up being 2 parts maybe, but I'm kind of hoping that on Saturday we'll get like a video together of yesterday and maybe today, but it's been good. Stuck in a hotel room in Birmingham for work. Well, that sucks, dude, but I hope it's productive at least. Jen Lee, thank you for becoming a member on YouTube. I appreciate it. Cheers for becoming a member. Very, very kind. Thank you. Dune Awakening is more like Conan Exile, is it? Yeah, it's not. I didn't expect it to be my kind of thing, to be honest, but it was a decent opportunity. I would have liked to have gone and checked it out, but... Cheers, Bob. Take it easy, dude. So I think I'm just going to pull up by the boat and get in the boat and see if there's anybody there. We may end up dying in a minute, but I don't want to do that. Sorry, I just have to adjust myself in the chair. I ain't right. I am blinking red food IRL, yeah. I don't know what I'm going to eat now, to be honest. I might just have some cheese and biscuits or something, because I don't really want to start cooking pork chops at 10:30 at night. It's kind of stupid. Jonas, thank you very much for the super chat, dude. Thank you. Sorry, a little bit of a yawn. Yeah, you see, I'm not ordering a pizza in. I'm trying to be healthy, dude. I've lost 19 pounds since about the 1st of March. I'm not ordering a pizza in. I'm a little bit all or nothing with me, so if I eat a pizza, it'll like affect my brain for a while. It's not like I'm going to give up pizza forever or anything, but I'm just trying to be good. Make a couple of eggs, maybe. I know it won't painkiller, but like I say, I'm kind of all or nothing. While I'm doing it, I'd like to just keep going. I'm feeling really good. Actually, I'm only just starting to feel hungry now. I'm doing all right. Ever thought about fasting, Damp? No, I just want to try and just eat a balanced diet. I don't want to fast. It's meant to be really good for you, but I just don't want to do it. Like, I'm eating real healthy, so breakfast today was a handful of mixed nuts, almonds, walnuts and hazelnuts, and a couple of dates. Lunch was some chicken with olives, and dinner is I don't know what, but I'm doing all right. I don't need to fast. If it's worked for you, great, but I don't want to do it. I'd rather just eat like breakfast, lunch and dinner and try to balance it, you know, eat good stuff. Scum, yeah, I am, yeah. I haven't missed a walk since March the 1st either. Today I had a plumber coming at 9 AM, so I had to get up at 7 AM so I could have a shower and then go out for my walk before the plumber came. Cheese on toast would be great, except I don't have any bread because I can't eat it. I should be streaming Sunday, Aldi. Yeah, it is Easter Sunday, but I should be streaming, I think, yeah. Ozzy, thank you very much for the 27 months. Cheers, dude. Thank you. So obviously the boat worries me. The boat being there, somebody might have died, who knows, but 2 boats is a bit of a worry. DMR mag on the ground. Just put my audio up a little bit. Thought I heard somebody loading for a sec. It might have just been the rattle of my own gun. I'm surprised there's nobody here. I'm really surprised. The server is really busy. Actually, it's. Oh no! Let me make sure I'm on the right one. Sakhal. It's not as busy as it was actually. Maybe just time of day. It's on. It's still got 31 players in it out of 50. 31 for Sakhal is quite a lot. It was busier at night. It was 46 when I went AFK to make a cup of tea. So the key can spawn anywhere, but I've found it more often in these rooms than anywhere else. No, no bueno. MS on the ground. I'm not looting this fully, by the way. I'm just trying to keep my eyes open, just see if there's any players and just see. I don't know. Seems pretty quiet. I was expecting with the 2 boats, I was expecting somebody to be here. My guess is that something like this has happened. Someone's come here looking for the key. There is no key. And they might have died, but somebody's come here looking for the key. The key hasn't spawned. And so they've logged off somewhere on the boat to come back later to try and get the key. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'm afraid that is where we're ending for today. I will be back tomorrow with this guy. Look at this guy. This guy's got quite a lot of stuff. And whilst on this character, I think we killed 3 players today. Like the PvP today was fairly straightforward, which is nice. I like it that way, to be honest. But yesterday we got a lot of action and a random team up, and then after dying I ran back to get some gear, which I used to get some of this gear today, you know. Why is that not showing? The display capture's not working. I don't know what's going on with that. I'll fix that, sorry. This guy. I tried to do display capture just to see if it was working, and it's still not. I don't know what the fuck's going on with that. But anyway, I'll fix it. Yeah, look at that. Drum mag, Tundi, SVD. The plate that you can only get in the bunker. Could do with some different trousers though. Look at the state of those. Anyway, guys, thanks for coming in. Think it's OBS. Mine doesn't work either. Interesting. I haven't done the latest. OBS update, Kempus. I'm a bit afraid to because it normally breaks stuff. Guys, thanks a lot for coming in. I really appreciate it. There's many streamers you can watch. Thank you for choosing to watch me. I've got to be honest. After the technical issues, I did not think I'd still be streaming at 25 to 11. So. I've tried to make up for starting a bit late and then having to stop for tech issues, so I've gone a bit later than I normally would. I've got to go and eat something though now. J Willie, I know there's a new shotgun. I don't know anything about it though. Right, guys, that's it for me. I'll be back again tomorrow. I have got one guy coming tomorrow for something. I can't even remember what it is. I've got someone coming for something else tomorrow, but I should be on time tomorrow. I think I should be starting about 2-ish, all being well. So have a good one, guys. Take it easy. Have a good one. I'll catch you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.